Good morning, distinguished guests. Welcome back to day 2 of the third International Conference on Clinical Trials. We are delighted to have you with us as we continue our discussions on advancing clinical research, collaboration, and innovation. We will now begin day 2 with our keynote address titled Starting the Future, Global Partnership Driving Early Phase Oncology Trials. It's my pleasure to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Emiliano Calvo. Dr. Calvo is a senior clinical investigator in medical oncology and director of clinical research at START Madrid, and currently serves as the president of START Europe. He holds leading roles in major international oncology organizations, including the European Society of Medical Oncology, the American Society of Clinical Oncology, and the European Organization for Research and Treatment of Cancer, and has authored over 170 peer-reviewed publications. Before we begin, we would like to inform you that Dr. Calvo was unable to join us in person today. However, we are pleased to have him with us virtually, and he will be delivering his keynote address online. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Calvo.
Hello, hi everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the opportunity of participating in this very interesting symposium. It is a pity, and I am very sorry that I have not been able finally to stay presentially with all of you there. I hope to be able to do that in the close future. But meanwhile, at least I am able to record my participation and to be with you in a virtual mode. So without further delay, let me share my screen and get started. In the next 20 minutes, I will be speaking on global partnerships of clinical research in oncology, which makes clinical research more effective and more efficient. To do so, I will be dividing my presentation in two parts. Initially, I will be speaking on these global partnerships models for improving clinical research in oncology. And my second part, I will be explaining a little bit further some granularity about the corporation that I belong to, which is one of those global partnerships for clinical research, which is the START Center for Cancer Research, START. So let's get started. And let's get started by the fundamentals. Why clinical research in oncology? What is the importance of clinical research for a hospital? There are different perspectives, different views on this. On one hand, very importantly, the patient's perspective, as well as the physician's view. For the patients with cancer, a clinical trial is an opportunity to have early access, a few years in advance, to innovative drugs with potential enhanced anti-tumor activity. And for this disease, with many times frustrating systemic treatments, this is of the greatest value, for sure. But also, for a good investigator in oncology, the investigator needs to be an excellent oncologist, because to create something new, and this is research in general, you need to know the state of the art, the standards regarding the disease and the treatment. But also the opposite is true. To be a good medical oncologist, you really need to have access to the new drugs that are coming, that are good nowadays, to provide your patients with them. Then there is a scientific impact of clinical research. The early phase 1 studies, they shape the subsequent clinical development of a drug, so they have a primogeneous importance or relevance. And the late phase 2, phase 3 studies, especially the phase 3 studies, are the ones that has the potential to establish new standards of care. All these things come with an institutional impact. because these clinical trials, these are global studies, and to be able to participate in them, you need to have a top quality cancer center and a structure for clinical research, because these are highly selective clinical studies. So you need to have an extremely specialized infrastructure, multidisciplinary team of fully dedicated and specialized people in the different roles. And in the end, this will translate into a very positive impact on the hospital and the physicians regarding the quality, the prestige, and the visibility of the institution. And why to do the clinical research through global partnerships? What is the additional value of partnering with global corporates for clinical research? Well, let's get started with the regulatory bodies, the regulatory agencies like the FDA. What is their mission? And this comes from the webpage of the FDA. The FDA is responsible to try to advance the public health by helping to accelerate the innovations that make medical products, drugs, more effective, safer, and more affordable. I mean, more drugs, better drugs, sooner, and available to everybody. And that is something that all of us could share. The reality is that only few drugs are coming to the market. We are not very good in developing good drugs, and they come late and very expensive, not affordable. You can see here on the left, but also on the right, the high attrition rate of phase 1 trials, phase 2 trials, phase 3 trials, having around 25 to 50% probability of success. That means that the drugs that we are developing are not that good. And in addition, as you can see here on the left, the number of drugs that are coming to the market with the blue bars are not increasing in a relevant way. If we see from the 90s up to now, the number of new drugs that have been approved follow a linear, almost flat pattern of with a very small arithmetic growth, if you want to say. But if we see with the red points and the red line, that is reflecting the requested investment to bring one drug to the market, we see that this, and this is corrected by inflation, is increasing in a geometrical way with a very steep line, reflecting what we see on the right, that we are becoming more and more inefficient in bringing drugs to our patients, and we have multiplied by 4 the investment required to bring one drug to the market. And this translates into very expensive prices that no national system almost worldwide is able to support for the cancer patients population. So, through a global approach to investment, vision, and scalability, partnering with global corporates makes clinical research in oncology more effective and more efficient. And we can see this from different perspectives again. From the patient's perspectives, we bring hope through access. This is the mission of START, actually, in our day-to-day activity. We try to bring the drugs to the patients instead of bringing the patients to the drugs. Better drugs, sooner, at a lower cost, and if possible, accessible to everybody. And then there is a scientific impact. We try to be a core component of the clinical development of most newly approved drugs. We try to help to accomplish the mission of the regulatory governmental bodies to accelerate innovation, leading to safer, more active, and more affordable drugs to everyone. So more drugs, but also better drugs, sooner and more accessible, affordable to everyone. And this brings, no doubt about it, a big impact in terms of the institutions and also at the country level, because this require transversal excellence in drug development, that this global approach generate a true virtuous circle effect, not only because of the clinical research program, clinical trials, phase 1 to phase 3 trials in oncology, but also there is a generation of other synergistic programs, development of talent for physicians, nurses, and different roles. And everything brings the highest standards in patient care, academic development, and research to the hospitals that have these programs, and in the end, to the country. And there is a clear contribution to long-term system sustainability at that national level. That is something that we see in the countries where we have these programs. So this is the concept behind global partnerships, and let me dedicate the last part of my talk to explain a little bit further the characteristics, the granularity of my own corporate START, the START Center for Cancer Research, which is the one that I know the most. So the START Center is actually worldwide the main and leading global fully dedicated organization to early phase, mainly early phase, phase 1, but also we are starting to do late phase, phase 3 oncology clinical trials. We are already in different countries, different continents, with up to date 15 different locations in the USA, in Spain, in Portugal, in Ireland, with more than 800 active studies currently, and we have participated in more than 50 drugs approval by the regulatory bodies. We have around 40 senior experienced clinical investigators, and we treat around 1,500 new cancer patients every year. These cancer patients that are treated in our clinical trials come from around 100,000 new cancer patients per year that our partners in hospitals and community practice have and are offered to participate in these studies. What makes START quite singular is that we have a multi-site clinical research platform approach focused only in oncology. We have top-tier clinical investigators and research staff members that are with a clear prestige and track record after so many years working in the same. That makes us a recognized leader for pharma companies and CROs in clinical research in phase 1 trials, and we are driving additional value and growth to the hospitals and community oncology practice groups that we collaborate with. These are some of the units, the sites where we work. You can see that a good number of them are in the USA, in San Antonio, in Michigan, in Utah, in Carolina, South Carolina, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Los Angeles, but also in Europe. In Madrid, we have 2 units, one in San Gennaro, the other one in Fundación Jiménez Díaz for the private and public health system, another one in Barcelona, another new one in Rioja, also in Spain, and then we have in Portugal, Lisbon, and in Ireland, Dublin. And this is growing and expanding to additional countries and continents. Our operating model is a hybrid model of perfect synergism between local and central capabilities. Locally, we have infrastructure and operations that are required to treat our cancer patients and to conduct the clinical studies. So we have the phase 1 clinics, the treatment rooms, the PK labs, pharmacy, our own pharmacy for phase 1 trials, storage, the freezers, the meeting rooms, the monitoring rooms for the CROs. Also, we have the capabilities, the structure for our staff members, the PIs, the pharmacy staff, research coordinators, study coordinators, treatment nurses, schedulers, operations regarding protocol development, training, regulatory management, patient enrollment, data management, and so patients instead of patients to the drugs. And then by doing that, we drive and increase growth and volume to the cancer centers where we work with, because there is a kind of reputational halo effect that is bringing more patients, more talent to the hospitals. This, in parallel, enhance the academic standing with new opportunities, talent, ideas, programs that are coming together, a kind of joint venture with this clinical research program. And in the end, this, of course, when there is quality and there is excellence, this generates a good financial flow to all the participants that make the health system sustainable in the hospital and countries where we work with. And that was all. Again, thank you very much, and I hope that this symposium is very fruitful to all of you, and I hope to see you presentially there in the close future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Calvo, for the informative presentation. We now begin with Theme 1, which focuses on navigating standards and ethical considerations in clinical trials, a cornerstone for high-quality, responsible, and globally credible clinical research. This theme will explore the real-world challenges, ethical frameworks, and best practices that guide clinical trials across different settings, with a strong emphasis on patient safety, regulatory compliance, and scientific integrity. We'll start with our first panel discussion titled Standards and Ethical Considerations in Clinical Trials, Challenges and Best Practices. This panel discussion will examine key ethical dilemmas and regulatory standards faced in today's clinical research landscape. This panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Hala Al-Alim, who is a senior consultant in pediatric ICU at King Abdullah Specialized Children's Hospital and joint appointment as an assistant professor at College of Medicine at King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences. So please join me in welcoming our moderator to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here with you, and it's even more pleasure to introduce our panelist to the stage. Please, Dr. Bishir Abu Yassin, who is a chairman of Bioethics Department in KMARC. He is also a deputy chairman of IRB in KMARC. He also a member in the Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee. Furthermore, he is a scientist in the Experimental Medical Department in KMARC. Thank you. Welcome. Our second guest is Dr. Suad Suad Hanawi, who is a consultant rheumatologist, a chair of rheumatology at Emirates Health Service, and she is also a president of the GCC Association of Immunology and Rheumatology in Emirates, and she is the chair of the EHS and Dubai Research Ethics Committee. Furthermore, she is the deputy chair of Central REC at Ministry of Health and Prevention in Emirates. Thank you.
اوكي اعتقد اني جاهز.
So we'll start. Ready? Yeah, hello. Since we are in the era of the clinical trials, and every new era and growing area has a challenges with ethics and law. So the first point we would like to discuss, what are the ethical challenges that are common in clinical trial practice. Start with you, Dr. Bashir.
بالتأكيد. أول شيء صباح الخير جميعا. السلام عليكم. Thank you all for your attendance. Special thanks to you, Dr. Hala, for your generous introduction. It's actually a pleasure for me to join you in this session, and I'm sure that this is going to be a learning session for me, for everyone. Let me start by addressing the fact that Saudi Arabia is actually increasing its share on the global clinical trial in a constant pace, and this is actually something great. Perhaps us, Dr. Hala, we are noticing that in the MGHA IRB, as we are talking about more than 150 active international interventional sponsored clinical trials. Now, the short version actually of the answer would be the rate of the updated safety information versus the obligation of the principal investigator and the IRB to update this information on the consent form. How's that happening? I would say on a weekly basis, we receive at least notification of side effect that occur in different sites, global sites, for example, Romania or Japan. It's obligated by the ecosystem that all the sites need to be notified, including our own site. Now the obligation would be on us, whether because we will have to rely on the accuracy of the reporter himself on that side. What shall we do? Shall we update this information instantly on the consent form? Shall we hold a trial? I mean, this is a serious challenge that occur on a weekly basis. One of the solutions that we at least accommodated at the National Guard, that we created the Clinical Trial Safety Committee. It is an efficient and extremely beneficial committee run by much of experienced physician and PhD holders in pharmacology. They just dig deep in the web and they look for any similar report, even in different trial but related to the same drug, and they provide the IRB and the principal investigator with the proper recommendation. I would say not most of the time, but many times we had, unfortunately, to stop the trial till we received the complete report, which is usually generated by the Data Safety Monitoring Board of the main trial. But yes, this is an active challenge. At least I try to share our experience in the MGHA. It somehow mitigated this challenge.
Great, thank you, Dr. Suad. Common challenges conducting clinical research or clinical trials.
بداية السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Thank you very much for inviting me. Particularly thank you to Dr. Nada for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be among such wonderful family and colleagues. Thank you very much for all of you. So back to our question, the ethical challenges. I'll categorize it to different categories. Probably the first ethical challenge we are seeing a lot is the recruitment pressure on the principal investigator to recruit certain number of participants with a certain duration of time. And with that pressure, we cannot eliminate fully any hidden kinds of influences. Usually as a RIC members, what we look at, what will be declared to us in the protocol. But definitely there will be some hidden influences that won't show clearly to us as RIC members. I'll give you just one example, like if the patient is going to be a participant for a study conducted by his own physician, definitely this kind of dependent relationship between the patient and physician will influence the acceptance of the participant or the patient to be included in the trial. Such thing is beyond our control. And considering the culture that we are living in, there is always, for example, some influences from the family members on the participant whether to get involved in the trial or not to be involved. If we move from the recruitment ethical issues, the consent form, what really concerns us always as RIC members is how the consent form is fully explaining everything to the patients. But is it the case? The answer is no, because it's been always that the consent form is full of technical and scientific terms that are very difficult for the participants to understand fully. So if the patient signed the consent form or the participant signed the consent form, it doesn't mean that he understood the content of the consent form. There will be so many things that are vague for the participants to understand. Vulnerable participants and vulnerable subjects, this is something that as a REC member, although we pay a lot of attention to, but we cannot really solve it completely. The patient-physician dependent relationship is an example. If the, for example, study is conducted by the institute where some workers need to be involved in, even the seriously ill patients, they are under pressure to be involved in that study because they are seeking treatment, and that can put them under the category of vulnerable subjects or vulnerable participants. Data integrity is really important, and this being touched on by Dr. Bashar very clearly. Oversighting is another issue because you cannot treat all the sites equally. There will be different capabilities of the sites, like some sites are very equipped with all the needed things for the trial. The staff are very well trained. Other sites are not. And then the data sharing, data privacy, especially that if there is any cross-border transfer of data, the cloud platform, who's going to have an access to data. Although there are some controls from REC on these issues, but still they are very sensitive issues. Still, they are ethically very challenging for us as REC members.
Great. So since we are in a conference for clinical trials, and as we learned through the 2 days, there will be a need for more speed up of recruitment and decentralization, use of the AI data and all this innovation. How can we address the ethical standard and the regulation with this speed and regarding participant protection?
Well, I believe that now the rate of updating the innovation and having new biotechnology merging and the system is quite faster than we used to have before. If we go like 10, 15 years ago, for example, there's no such thing in discussion, at least in the IRB, called gene therapy. Yes. However, this year alone, perhaps us, Dr. Hala, we discussed a novel therapy as a gene therapy more than 4 or 5 times in our committee alone. So the easiest way actually to mitigate this as a challenge is to have also the regulatory guidelines updated on the same rate as those new innovative technologies merging into the clinical field. Other than that, it will be decentralization of the decision, different standards. Each center will have different standard for the decision. And as we know, at least from our practice, when the standards became different from center to center, this overall weakened the qualification of the whole country for acquiring more biotechnology. So I really urge we can help all the centers have very experienced personnel that they can help in developing the best and to optimize also the standard that can be applied to the whole kingdom.
Great. Dr. Saad?
Okay, probably one of the ways to speed up any clinical trial or any study is to do things in parallel. rather than waiting for one step to finish and then to move to another step. For example, the sponsor and the investigator, they can start working on feasibilities, contracting, operational setup in parallel, rather than waiting for one step and then move to the next one. And even for submission, the submission can be done in parallel. The submission to the regulators, submission to the research ethics committee, if there is a need for any kinds of administrative approval. But of course, the study can't start before getting all the needed approval. Pre-engagement of the sponsor and investigator, particularly the principal investigator, with the regulatory body, with the IRB, to ensure that his submission is completed, that can speed things as well. Having independent committee for data safety and monitoring the data is really important, because that can report all the adverse event and the SOSA, detect it early, take the proper action plan, modify or judge the clinical trial, and do the needed based on the result is really important. And this had been covered very well yesterday by one of our colleagues. Probably one of the things as well to speed things up is the adaptive design. But when we talk about adaptive design, we cannot do it in the middle of the trial, because you cannot change the rules of the game while you are playing. It should be embedded and written very well in the protocol itself. Need to be very transparent, pre-specified. We are going, for example, to minimize randomization if we get this percentage of results or this effect of medications, and to ensure that the patient's welfare is always maintained. And probably one of the things as well that can speed up clinical trials is the new, what the new ICH GCP E6R3 is pushing for, that our procedures and our action as a REC should be proportionate to risk. So not to treat all the data equally, and not to treat every step of the clinical trial equally important, because what's really matter, or what's really concern us, is anything that can affect the participant safety or data integrity. So we have to look at the main things on the protocol, rather than, we keep monitoring things that won't affect the safety of the participants and the integrity of data. And that's really can be maybe summarized into the eligibility criteria, consent form, randomization, dosing, visit schedules, primary endpoint, and reporting of adverse event. Apart from that, maybe as well, we should look at the protocol from the beginning to ensure that we are looking at the prevention or preventive action, and it's written clearly in the protocol, rather than trying to detect any deviation that might occur later.
Great, thank you. Back to the informed consent, because it's the major cornerstone in any clinical trial. How do you find the international standards in writing a informed consent be utilized locally or reflected on a local clinical trials, and how to fix it if any concern?
Well, the informed consent, I would say, is the soul of ethics, particularly in intervention and clinical trials. What we are seeing right now is a form of protection consent to the main stakeholders. This is actually became like quite challenging even for us to approve this informed consent. We've seen, Dr. Hala, like 17 and 20 plus pages of informed consent. I'm afraid that by the time those consents will be something similar to the, for example, the documents that you approve when you update your mobile or something like this. Most of us, including myself, we don't actually read anything. We just agree, I just need the service to be done. I don't want this, honestly, to be translated into the informed consent. We are trying our best to minimize the informed consent so that we make every sentence really meaningful. And at the same time, we do the balance to protect the sponsor. We understand that most of the consent are actually revised after the medical team by the legal team.
Legal team, yeah.
But again, they have to look into the patient, the participant himself. Is this language easy to be digested by him? In most cases, I would say no. It is extremely difficult language, and the patient or the participant will eventually find himself signing just because he's trusting the physician. So I believe this gap is one of the challenges that it's up till now, actually, we don't have control for it, but hopefully in future we can address this, at least by the international sponsor, to ease the language and to make it shorter so that the participant can really comprehend it.
Great. Dr. Saad?
I will highlight the point that's been mentioned by Dr. Bishar. Unfortunately, one of the defects that I see in the consent form that it's treated as a legal form for protection and not as a form for patients or participants' understanding. So we have to pay a lot of attention to that because the participants need to understand every single information in the consent form. And other thing that the consent form is usually treated as one-time event. So once the participants give his consent, that's it. I see it as something that should be treated as a continuous process, because when the participant signed the consent, he signed it based on the available information at the beginning of the clinical trial. If the clinical trial is a long clinical trial, definitely we'll be having new informations coming, adverse events might appear, and I believe that the participant should have a right to know what's going on, and his consenting or his approval might change based on the availability of the new information. And this is a responsibility of the principal investigator to treat the consent as a continuous process rather than one-time event. One of the things that I see that not fully explained in the consent is the future use of data. Like, for example, in our REC, we always mandate that if there will be a future use of data, to put it as a separate consent, not to be within the same consent of the clinical trial. Yet, this is not enough. We need to, or the sponsor and the investigator need to explain to the participant what do they mean by future data, how they are going to use the samples that they are going to process in the future, who's going to have an access to that data, who they are going to share it with whom, on what cloud platform it will be saved. All these details need to be mentioned and get the consent of the patients on it. And one thing as well that I see usually is not explained well in the consent form is the claim for any related injuries. Usually participants don't know if they get any study-related injuries, how to claim it, who's supposed to pay for it. Generally, yes, we follow the international format of consent form, but at the same time, we need to adapt it locally. Particularly that we have a different community structures, our populations are different. So we need to adapt it locally and to pay attention to the small details that impact the safety and the consenting of the patient.
Okay, thank you. Let's see our audience. Any question so far? So I'd like to end with one question which just came to my mind after listening to the oncology clinical trials. In oncology clinical trials, I usually see experimental versus therapeutic. How do you see the informed consent difference in these two categories, experimental clinical trial or versus therapeutic clinical trial in oncology patient? Dr. Bishar?
Let me maybe understand the question. Now, In the Saudi FDA, there is something called the medical claim first. Yeah, so to define the clinical trial, there must be a medical claim. And this is actually a challenge on some of the experimental clinical trials that we have, or diagnostic, etc. I would say the therapeutic clinical trial carries more risk to the patient, although it sounds that it carries more hope, but it carries more risk, because the majority of information is not yet known. As Dr. Suad mentioned, this is the practice actually we have. The consent form became now a continuous document that's being updated most of the time. I'm aware that in most of the cases, like Dr. Saad mentioned, the patient signed the consent form and then the story ends here. And then when they update the information, they consider it only for new recruitment, while in fact it should be also for the previously or actively recruited patient. They should sign also the updated form because it carries very critical information. This is more frequent in the therapeutic part, Doctora. And we've seen most of the drugs, at least that we approved this year in the National Guard, they don't even have a name. They're still coded drugs, which means still pure, are going to investigate. But in the experimental part, the majority of information is already there. So it's either for repurposing or either for diagnostic. So it would be easier, and thus the risk also is easier. But the challenge will be in registering this actually as a clinical trial. Is there a medical claim or there's no medical claim?
Great.
I think it's covered very well by Dr. Bishar. I will highlight more on the benefit risk uncertainty.
Exactly.
Okay, the patients usually agree to participate in such trials hoping that they will get treatment. And we don't want to deceive the patient. So I think it should be very well highlighted. There is uncertainty in terms of treatment and risk.
Great. So it's nice to continue talking, but I'd like to have a final message to all of us under the theme Voice of Hope. Regarding ethics, informed consent, regulation, international, local.
Well, I say public registration and timely reporting of the results, even if the trials are negative. This will guide us all as research ethic members, investigators, sponsors, and even the public.
Great.
For myself, actually, I maybe put my comment in the regulation. In general, I would suggest the implementation of the Unified Clinical Trial Agreement. The clinical trial agreement is not less important than the proposal itself. And I still believe, at least the workflow, there is no point to rush or to expedite the IRB approval while the clinical trial agreement is not finalized. Because eventually there is a critical information in the agreement that should be reflected already in the proposal or even in the consent. One example is sharing the data, sharing the sample, analysis, etc. If that is not already set in the contract, there is no point to finalize the clinical trial. So I'm aware that the clinical trial agreement as a process, because it also carries financial risk, is more difficult. That's a fact. But if I know that there are some efforts to unify it, at least at the Kingdom, but this will also require the approval or the agreement of the sponsors global-wide. This will really expedite the process and will uplift our standard to the international levels, inshallah, we hope.
Great. So a chance for any question from the audience? Yes, please. Would you please repeat the question for the audience?
How do you gauge the consequences of adopting a new clinical or new therapy into a clinical trial, like nanoparticles, CAR T cell?
تفضلي دكتورة ولا؟
We'll treat it like any clinical trial, just like how we treat phase 1 clinical trial. It will be the same elements, like we are talking from the perspective of research ethic committee members. We are not in the place of investigators now, you know, to give the opinion of the investigators, but it will be treated like any other clinical trial. We will look to the exactly same elements to ensure a participant safety as much as possible and data integrity.
I think more than enough. I might just add that it's a common practice actually for every IRB to receive at least 4 to 5 times each year something novel, something new with minimum information. This is a great exercise for the whole system. And the best way to do it is just to be cautious. For example, multiple times also, Doctor, in our, again, I keep using our system, alhamdulillah, I'm proud of it, yani, alhamdulillah. We use like a special safety committee for this trial, like the selfie trial that was discussed yesterday. Our IRB also created a national safety committee, independent committee, just to evaluate and then give the report of the first 3 to 4 patients to the involved regulatory or IRB, and they give additional decision for continuation and so on, till you feel confident that this practice is already safe, and then you can disseminate it. And generally, we are very cautious, everyone.
Okay, by this we can conclude, and there is always voice of hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much. تشرفت بمعرفتك.
شكرا سعد دكتور، الله يخليك.
شرفت بمعرفتك دكتور، شكرا لك، تسلم.
Thank you to our Thank you to our esteemed moderator and panelists for the insightful session. We would like to invite Dr. Nada Sahibani to the stage to honor our moderators and panelists. Starting with Dr. Hala Al-Alim. Dr. Bashir Abu Yassin. And Dr. Saad Hanawi. Now, moving to our second panel discussion titled Learning from Failures, How to Revive a Trial After Setbacks, where our distinguished panelists will share valuable lessons learned from real trial challenges and how setbacks can be transformed into opportunities for improvement and success. This panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Khalid Al-Amir, Vice Dean for Research and Innovation at the College of Clinical Pharmacy and the Director of the Clinical Trials Unit at Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University. He's an assistant professor of the pharmacy practice with an extensive experience in clinical trials operations, protocol implementation, and the development of data management and CTMS infrastructures that support multi-sponsor and investigator-initiated studies across multiple institutions. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Al-Amir to the stage.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you to our moderating session entitled Learning from Failure, How to Revive from a Trial After Setback. Please welcome with me our first panelist, Prof. Mohammed Al-Shahrani. Dr. Al-Shahrani serves currently as the Dean of College of Medicine at Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University, and he is the Supervisor General of King Fahd Hospital. His national leadership roles include Chair of the Critical Care Scientific Council at the Saudi Commission for Health Specialties, and the Chair of Guidelines Committee of the Saudi Critical Care Society. Next, please welcome with me Dr. Yasser Gazzaz. He is currently appointed as the Division Head of Pediatric Cardiac Intensive Care and Associate Professor of Pediatric and Pediatric Critical Care at King Abdulaziz Medical City and King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Science. Also, please welcome with me Dr. Kanaan Al-Shammiri. Dr. Kanaan Al-Shammiri, he is a consultant of adult medical oncology at King Abdulaziz Medical City at the Ministry of National Guard for Health Affairs in Riyadh. And he's also serving as an assistant professor at the College of Medicine of King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Science. He is also the director of the NCCN MENA Regional Coordinating Center at the Ministry. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. I'm really glad today to be moderating this session with really a senior clinical trialist here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and seeing navigating through the objective of this session. It's really, we would like to start with defining setback and failure in conducting clinical trial. But while we are doing that, we will be wearing multiple hats, giving extensive expertise within our panelists from conducting first-in-human phase 1 clinical trial and late phase clinical trial in multiple clinical settings, from emergency department to critical care, also including diverse patient population from pediatric to adults. So I would like to start with Prof. Mohammed, how we can define failure and setback when we are discussing clinical trial.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid, and thank you again for having me today. I think this is a very important question. Every trialist is thinking about, which is how to deal with, and what is the definition of trial failure. I think we can divide it in like an operational failure or scientific failure, and it's both interrelated. So when we talk about operational failure of a trial, the nightmare of any trialist is the recruitment. So failing to recruit, whether in multi-centers or some centers, this is a kind of a nightmare, and it always leads to trial fatigue and not achieving, especially with the rush to to finish the trial in a specific time period. So this is a very common reason why a trial failed. Some other reason is because of over-assumption, let me call it this way. If you think that your recruitment rate for center A or center B will be like 5, 8, 10 patients per month, and you fail below this number, and this is becoming like continuous. So we can define this as a center failure, or the trial is failing in that center itself. And this could be across all centers. So again, this is one of the main reasons why trial fails is the recruitment. Multiple reasons why this happened, and I think this is why we do kind of feasibility questionnaire before starting trials. So every center should answer those surveys and questionnaire carefully, and being realistic on how do they think this center. Also, it has something to do with the center experience, being involved in multiple trials, the people working their experience. So I think this is one of the main reasons why trial fails. The other thing, as I said, scientific failure, which is, that does not mean all negative trials are failure, but sometimes, underpowered study, for example, giving you a realistic effect size, something like that. So those also, I can call them failure because this does not answer the scientific questions that you wanted to answer initially.
Thank you so much, Prof. Muhammad. And especially when it's come to feasibility assessment sent by CRO, different sponsor, it's very important not only to focus on the target patient population pool that you can recruit, but to think about the operational aspect of it, how it will interfere with your clinical routine. Dr. Yasser, if we want to add on Prof. Muhammad's response, does it differ really when we are defining failure from investigator-initiated clinical trial to sponsor-initiated clinical trial?
So thank you for that question. I would just like to add, it might slightly differ, but the things that we consider as well as failure. So when we discuss clinical trial, we discuss multi-center trials. And one of the failures is when we send the feasibility to centers to join, even if they have the infrastructure or the willingness to do, there's many hurdles that go on the way. And I would like to add there's a startup actually failure, whereas either IRB becomes an issue, the legal contracts. So as maybe we discuss IRB, there's several IRB among countries. There's nationwide IRBs, there's institution IRB system. So this sets you differently. Signing the contract from sponsor to non-sponsor physician as well differs. The education of the team and the readiness of the local, not only the institution with the research capabilities, but the local research culture in the unit where the study is going to be done. I come from a pediatric and from ICU background, so when I heard 5 to 8 per month patients, that's a huge number for us. So the readiness to recruit 1 or 2 patients per month is actually huge. So the startup becomes a big issue, and many centers study, when they start the study, start at different phases actually. So I joined the study 3 years ago. There's still centers joining till now. And we're actually few months from finishing the study. And there's still centers who had 3 years just to start up the study. So that I consider it a failure. Of course, enrollment and recruitment is a failure, and that can be as well divided into screening failure. Again, I come from an emergency situation where we have a short time to enroll patients. So the screening becomes very important, that you have to, there's a time-sensitive enrollment of patients. So that different term of the screening, the recruitment, the consent rates for pediatrics, as we know, is different from adults, from critical situations is different. So this as well, sometimes we overestimate our capabilities, and maybe you can screen and you have 10 eligible patients per month, but considering the time you can approach those patients, the time sensitive, and the consent rate in our population might differ. So sometimes we estimate, and that sits you behind. So when you're midway the study, you did not recruit the number you are estimated to recruit. That becomes a problem. As well, the protocols. So protocols might set you behind when you have a very fixed, tight protocol that you have to involve in a patient management. So it's not only giving a drug, it's something that has to be done over a week or weeks. And then you have protocol deviations, and that sets you back. So your data doesn't become accurate, and data integrity becomes a problem. So missed data or data integrity, or how fast you enter your data, that all again sets the study behind. So I would add that to what has been mentioned. The startup becomes an issue, the data integrity, and following protocol. And many studies now has moved from a very tight protocols to pragmatic management. So only one thing is fixed, so it becomes easier to study and becomes more real life, and more actually the results when they come, they are more significant for us. So that's what I would like to add.
Thank you you so much, Dr. Yasser. This is why it's very important when it's come to recruitment. It's just to observe the slope, not the y-intercept, to observe your overall cumulative recruitment. This is very important for clinical trial team to implement their own key performance indicator to record their monthly screening rate, eligibility rate, randomization, and participation in their study. Dr. Kanaan, if we want to put everything that we mentioned so far in the mold of first-in-human early phase clinical trial, giving your extensive expertise in observing and conducting early phase clinical trial, how we can define failure and setback in early phase clinical trial?
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. So I have to mention that probably what my two panelists here have mentioned also applies to some phase 1 clinical trials. However, with phase 1, and the ultimate goal of phase 1 clinical trial is actually reaching safety or establishing safety in a certain dose. I am a medical oncologist. I deal mainly with cancer patients, and many of the phase 1 clinical trials are actually oncology clinical trials. So one of the challenges in early phase clinical trials that deal with oncology patients is we are historically programmed to understand that dose-response relationship is probably the way to go. Meaning the higher the systemic therapy dose, probably the higher the response, the higher the toxicity. However, nowadays, we're not really talking about cytotoxic chemotherapy. This is history. We're talking about precise therapies. We're talking about targeted therapies. We are also talking about immuno-oncological therapies, antibody-drug conjugates, and the dose-response relationship here is totally different. If you escalate a dose, you might not actually reach a certain efficacy. If you decrease a dose, you might not also reach a certain efficacy. So reaching a recommended phase 2 dose can be challenging, and hence adequately or well-written protocols are essential. I have to second what Dr. Yasser was mentioning about being realistic with recruitment. Many of these early phase or first-in-human studies are precise therapies, meaning your patient has to have a biomarker or a genomic marker prior to enrollment. So being realistic with the population that you have in the center needs to be thought of really carefully. Just like Dr. Yasser, probably in early phase clinical trials, even recruiting 1 to 2 patients per month is actually a huge ask. Probably recruiting 1 or 2 in the study would be probably an overachievement in early phase clinical trials. So I think focusing on safety, reaching recommended phase 2 dosing, these are the tricky parts. And also maybe some of the challenges also in these clinical trials is the protocol and how it's written. As an investigator and a treating oncologist, it's very important for me to think about my patient safety. I know Dr. Bishr Abu Yassin, he's the head of our ethics. We frequently have these discussions when an early phase clinical trial requires me to do 4 or 5 biopsies for my patient to see the action of a drug on a biological or a molecular level. Is this something really feasible for our patients? This is something that we always discuss, and maybe it's not the most feasible thing to do.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kanaan. Prof. Muhammad, we gave a general overview about setbacks for the clinical trial process, focusing mainly on recruitment. Given your extensive experience conducting multiple clinical trials as a principal investigator, what leadership skills it's very important to influence and nudge your clinical trial team to correct and better perform meeting your recruitment target, how you influence your clinical trial team to perform better and avoid the setbacks?
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. I think the key word here is transparency. When you are being very transparent with your research team, because, under the rush of want to recruit patients and you want to achieve, if your team just work under this pressure without being, they feel that they have to report every single incident happened in the trial, for example. They should feel that they're working with a leader that his main or her main goal is to find an evidence ethical answer for a scientific question. And why I'm saying this, because sometimes just over recruiting is a red flag, because you don't want your team just to showing you that they keep screening, recruiting, just to please the steering committee, the principal investigator. So I think, again, I will go back to the transparency. As a leader, you have to be transparent with your team. You meeting with them frequently, you showing them the full confidence, and giving them a blame-free environment during discussions, 24/7 availability, especially when you're talking about clinical trials. I think the leadership of the trial should be available, because, you know, questions arise at any point of time. And here we are talking about patient safety, so you have to be ready to this challenge. Also, supporting the team with the logistics they need. Sometimes it's a training. Of course, if you have well-funded trials, taking care of their logistics, platforms, any digital or something that may ease their work, all of those might help on leading the trial in a safe and, very efficient manner. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mohammed. Going back to Dr. Yasser, if we define and restrict the definition of setbacks to data quality and data integrity generated by clinical trial that you are conducted, if that aspect has been compromised, what different action you would take to correct the path on how your research staff will be collecting data in your case report form?
I think two important things that were mentioned here is having a structure for audit and feedback. So there's a regular fixed meetings that you're going to meet with your team, and you're going to assess what you're doing. It's not good that after recruiting 6 patients, you start reviewing your data and if your data was correct or not. It has to be done on a regular basis, and it has to be transparent. This is our kind of current results. To prevent such problems from happening, I think, of course, creating a good case report form that's going to validate its data on its own. But I think part of your research team is your clinical team. So we all come from clinical-based units. We're all busy, and most of us who conduct research, I have to say, in the clinical world, do it as a hobby, expensive hobby of our time. If you dedicate time for your team to do research, so that the person who's collect data, who's actually embedded in your unit, who works in your unit, that's going to ensure that your data is correct data. It's not someone from outside who collects data for many projects that's going to learn how to collect this data and know. So if the research team comes from the clinical unit, which is all healthcare provider and work in that unit, that's going to prevent falling in first place into this issue. I think that's the key.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yasser. Dr. Kanaan, one of the major issues that we face in conducting clinical trial here in the kingdom is the rapid turnover within the research team. We can't maintain a research staff for 3-4 years while conducting clinical trial. So how important is how the BI is active and prompt to onboard new clinical research staff within their team to maintain work function and keeping performance in a sustained pathway?
I think a continually changing team is a red flag in any research team. So I wouldn't actually focus on, bringing up multiple new team members. I think probably the challenge is actually maintaining your own team and training your own team and maintaining their adequate level of training. I think this is probably one of the biggest challenges. And I have to second what Dr. Yasser is mentioning. Myself as a medical oncologist, I'm sure you as a pediatrician and other physicians here, we do research as part of our extra work. We're not really, given extra time off our clinical duties to actually do this. So I think this should also be taken into consideration. When you have a PI who is really active, in terms of their research capabilities and their willingness to actually engage with CROs and other protocols, I think they should have protected time. So I think one of the challenges is maintaining the team, and one of the other challenges is actually continuing to train your team and maintaining their level of expertise and knowledge. Knowledge will change with different protocols. Different protocols have different reporting methods. Different protocols have different, safety reporting activities. All of these need extra training, and I think it's the onus on the primary investigator and the team to maintain this at the highest level.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kanaan. Prof. Mohammed, shifting from perspective of principal investigator, we would like to focus on the institutional role in supporting failure or failed clinical trial with slow recruitment or different type of failure. So what's the obligation that from institutional perspective, they could support failing clinical trial?
So I think at the institutional level, sometimes aggressive decisions is the way to go. Sometimes if you have a very current clinical trial failures, any recurrent protocol violations, of course there should be a root cause analysis for all what's happening. And the result of this root cause analysis will lead to what you need to do. Sometimes you'll find out that the recurrent violation protocol is because the complexity of the protocol itself. So here we go with we need to do some amendments with those protocols. We need to change something. At an institutional level, I think I hear Dr. Yassin talking about clinical trial safety committee. I like the idea because this is something really very important, and I can imagine how much work on the shoulders of those people working on this. So those are the ones who report to the leadership of the hospital at institutional level what they should do next, whether they need to add more logistics, train more people, implement a new digital platform that can help, stop some practices that it should during clinical trials. So again, it depends on the root cause analysis, what results you will find out, and at that level you may act and adjust.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mohammed. Dr. Yasser, could you share a story from one of your past clinical trial or ongoing clinical trial where you face some challenges? How important a principal investigator could anticipate an upcoming risk if there is a leadership skills that it's very important for other BI to implement to avoid failure or to deal with failure when it's happened?
So again, reflecting on many things that have been said, when conducting a multi-center trial, maybe one of the things that was mentioned is to start by piloting it, or it's what sometimes they call the vanguard. So there's a big study in PICU or cooling for arrest patients. They recruited centers, but the study started at a few centers only because they wanted to test the feasibility. You want to test how the protocol can be implemented. Is it a complex protocol or not? And the data collection as well. Is it well understood? The CRF can be done or not? So having studies where with several protocols where the feasibility or for recruitment is questionable, I think it's always good to start it a pilot within the major study before it gets to a bigger scale. Now, like past few years, one of the biggest setups that we had in pediatrics is COVID. COVID increased the number of adult patients coming to the hospitals, but after the restrictions, there was no pediatric patients. So we had our lowest number of patients in PICU, which affected most of the ICU studies. So one of the studies that we are part of that should finish in a few months from now started just like before COVID, and the recruitment plumbed with COVID. So there was zero recruitment, and that's included North America and Europe. There was no patients basically. And as you know, the limitations is not only for the number of recruitment, the years that you can go on depends on the funding that you're going to get. And if you cannot recruit, the funding agencies are going to question your study. So to recover from the study that we actually joined at, it was open to more multi-center trials, centers like us where they had the infrastructure to include, and actually the study revived. So what the whole centers were not able to recruit during COVID for 4 years, they were able to double it up with just opening and including other studies. So for pediatrics specifically, we are moving into more multi-center, and it's not now region-based. So we learned from COVID that we have to do networks of studies. So the thing that as an investigator, it's not going to be limited to my country, it's not going to be limited even to our area. So we're part of an Asian, but now there is a global research network for PICU that involves all the pediatric research networks. I think that's the only way to move to be able to conduct studies in PICU or pediatrics. The average time to finish studies is around 5 years. And if we have a major setback like COVID that pushes you to like 7, 8 years, the only way to go is to move to an international, to actually upscale the whole globe to be able to conduct studies. And I think that's a key.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yasser. Dr. Kanaan, if you could change one system-level practice to reduce trial failure and improve recovery within clinical trial.
Probably there won't be just one. And probably there are many things that we can improve. And I think a good team, after closure of any trial should actually sit and feedback. They sometimes call it a post-mortem examination of a trial where, the full team sits, looks at how the trial went, how the recruitment went, whether it actually succeeded or failed, what lessons have we learned. One of the things that we have done at the center that I trained in, which is a large phase 1 clinical trial center, is feasibility questionnaires are never actually answered by just a PI. They're actually investigated in a research group where your clinical research coordinator would give their input, your pharmacist would also give their input, and the full team gives their input. So I haven't seen this being done in many places here, and I think probably this is one of the things that I would consider improving. And I think creating a dynamic team, a team that is malleable and willing to change and willing to upskill themselves is essential. So I wouldn't say there's one thing that we'd want to change.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kanaan. I would like to thank Prof. Muhammad, Dr. Yasser, and Dr. Kanaan for their reflection and sharing their expertise when it's come to setbacks and failure in clinical trial. And with that, we conclude our session for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our esteemed moderators and panelists for the insightful session. And now we would like to invite Dr. Nada Sahibani to the stage to honor our moderator and panelists. Starting with Dr. Khalid Al-Amir. دكتور كنعان الشمري. دكتور ياسر قزاز. بروف محمد الشهراني. We now move to theme 2, titled National Engagement in clinical Trials. This theme highlights national collaboration, stakeholder engagement, and strategic efforts to support the growth of clinical trials at a national level. We will begin with our panel discussion titled A Closer Look at Clinical Trials Growth. We'll explore key drivers for clinical trials expansion and the importance of cross-sector engagement and the strategies that support sustainable growth at a national level. I am pleased to introduce the moderator for this panel, Dr. Mohammed Bousaid. Dr. Bousaid is a consultant in adult infectious diseases at King Abdulaziz Medical City and an associate professor at the College of Medicine at King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences. He currently serves as the chairman of the Infectious Diseases Research Department at King Abdullah International Medical Research Center. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Bousaid to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Dr. Nada, Dr. Adil, and the organizers. This is really great help to see all of these people who are interested in clinical trials working together, and more coming, inshallah. I'm also very excited about this specific panel. I wouldn't be biased, but I think this panel discussion going to have people from different perspectives. So this will make it, inshallah, very fruitful discussion, and inshallah we all are going to benefit from this. So I will start with inviting my colleagues in the panel. So I will start with the first panelist. It's an executive with an expertise in clinical drug development, business growth, and transformation within biopharma. Global business leader, has worked in multiple countries, multidisciplinary capabilities, and she currently works as an executive director of research at Pure Health. I would like to welcome Dr. Bendia Kariba. The second panelist has worked as director, board level at public service roles in more than 15 years, and had a track record working with multiple stakeholders in the community, delivering demanding responsibility in political environments. She currently works as a director of research and innovation in Rotherham, Doncaster, and South Humber at the NHS Foundation Trust. So I would like to welcome Ms. Heather Rice. Our third panelist is coming from a background of pharmacy. She's a consultant clinical pharmacist with a subspecialty in ambulatory care pharmacy, and she is currently heading the clinical trial registration and follow-up sections at clinical trial department, benefit risk evaluation, the drug sectors at the Saudi Food and Drug Authority. So I would like to welcome Dr. Umayma Arab. Our fourth panelist also comes from a very long background of working on big pharma, research, and evidence-based medicine. He's currently the GCC head of evidence generation at AstraZeneca. It's Dr. Hazim Al-Ashri. So welcome, Dr. Hazim. Last but not least, who comes again from a pharmacy perspective with the specialty in pharmacology and toxicology from the University of Texas, all the way to King Saud University as a professor, and previously being a vice dean in the graduate studies, supervising a lot of postgrad students and supporting research. And for the last 5 years, he's working as the director of the research office at the Saudi NIH. So please welcome Prof. Musaad Al-Shamri. Okay, so I think I'm very lucky having all of these people in one panel discussion. and we can hear maybe even different point of views. We can come out with solutions, come out with things that our audience here can benefit from, inshallah. So I will start maybe with the general question, and I will start here from my left. So how do you see the growth of clinical trial in general? I know we have been through a lot. We had the COVID-19, and now we are trying to regain some of what we missed over the last few years. Do you think it is satisfactory for you as someone who's working on research for some time?
Thank you so much for the question, and especially I'd like to thank the organizers before I start. It is a pleasure and honor to be here amongst such distinguished panelists and yourselves. I think Saudi has definitely taken a lead in terms of how research has kind of evolved over the years. And I've seen the journey because I've been involved for last 15, 18 years with research in the region, and it is very impressive. So one of the things that we have seen that has really made a lot of difference is the regulatory reforms. And my colleagues at SFDA and certainly NIH would be, Saudi NIH would be better placed to talk about what they're doing. But that is a game changer. That is very important because you built from ground up. And that has worked really well. From the industry and the research standpoint, one of the most attractive countries to work and do research is one where you can actually initiate your project very quickly, so where the startup period is short. And all these conversations we've had over the last few days about compressing timelines with contracts and budgets and approvals and streamlining processes, we've been working on all of this, and Saudi has moved quite a bit, and it has become a very attractive destination. When I speak to our clients on the pharma side, on the CRO side, everybody is talking about it. So that has been a big game changer, and I think we will continue to work in that direction. And I think these are the two remarkable aspects, and I think it all stems from the Vision 2030, where there's such a strong drive and focus on R&D. So I think we're definitely on the right track, but lots to do as well.
Sure. Thank you. So I'll go to Ms. Heather. Now, I'll maybe take you to international level, and you worked in the community a lot. Do you think that, again, we are at a level that where we should be, or there's a lot to do to reach to what the community needs, patient needs, and others?
May I start also by thanking you for the invitation to participate in this panel. It's been a fantastic couple of days, and I've learned such a lot from colleagues, so thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. I think there's an imperative, isn't there, as we've talked about over the last couple of days, to grow clinical trials all over the world. There's an imperative in terms of economic development and growth. There's an increasing demand also from our patients and from our communities, and we saw that very starkly during the pandemic. I think that has been a real game changer for the public to understand better what research is and what it can offer. But what's been really interesting for me, working in the NHS, we're a public body, against a backdrop of increasingly difficult budgets, that there's a drive for income generation, and commercial research is one of the ways that we need to think about addressing those difficult challenges. What was really interesting about the last panel was the discussion, or rather actually the first panel this morning, was the discussion about workforce retention and recruitment, and that theme that comes across about clinicians who do their research at the end of the day in their own time. It's not part of their clinical jobs. So for me, working in the NHS, a real imperative around growth in clinical trials is about workforce recruitment and retention, as well as delivering high-quality clinical care.
Okay, thank you. I'll move to Dr. Umayma. I think if I want someone who will tell me exactly how many clinical trials in Saudi, you will be the best person to tell us that. So at least we'll start with this question. So in terms of your observation of the changes over the last few years, in terms of number of trials, quality of trials, internal, external, how do you see the environment in the last 2 or 3 years?
Thank you, Dr. Abu Said, for this question. It is really loaded. It has multiple aspects. So we're thinking about all the initiatives that have happened in the past couple of years and all the outcomes that we have seen, the little ones that have seen in these recent changes. So we're looking at clinical trials from numbers point of view, where we can just get the numbers, but we're looking also beyond these numbers, the quality of these clinical trials, the innovation that we're actually aiming to have in Saudi, making sure that we have access to the patient have access to the medication, those innovative medications. So it is more than just having KPIs and knowing the numbers. We're also looking at new initiatives, many things that we have to have for aligning with global standards, knowing that we are updating our guidelines, following the guidelines by the ICH, regulatory reforming helps a lot with having more clinical trials. So one of the things that we have done last year and tremendously had an impact on clinical trials is the reliance pathway. It shortened the time to approval. Also, we had more numbers of clinical trials that has been already approved by stringent authorities. So this is one of the things that we, as a member of the ICMRA, that we can do, rely on other stringent authorities. Thinking about also flexibility, knowing that after COVID, there has been so many things that we have faced and we became very flexible around it, or being adaptive to digital, for example, digital solutions, AI and machine learning. So I can talk about this like really for a good time.
Inshallah. Thank you, Dr. So I'll go to Prof. Saad. So I know that NIH here in Saudi has been working a lot, and not only as a potential funding agency. I think one of the things that NIH had taken on their shoulders to be an enabler for clinical trials. So can you tell us about this? What are the aims that you have in the Saudi NIH to improve clinical trials quality, number, and others?
So thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Also, I'd like to thank organizers for the invitation for this great event. So as you know, Saudi NIH was established to support the translation as well as to support the clinical trials in the kingdom. Also, the main target of Saudi NIH will be to support the quality and the impact of the trials. From my actually perspective, the high impact of the trial should stop the ineffective intervention as well as reduce morbidity, mortality, and also looking to reduce and save the time and resources. So if we do that, so I think we can change decisions, we can change policies, and we can change guidelines as well. So NIH, inshallah, will invest in a high quality, high impact trials to reach all these objectives in the future. We are working on that. You were with us last year in our scientific committees, and you observed the NIH activities.
Thank you, Prof. Saad. So I'll go to Dr. Hazim. So again, a continuation of what we started with. How do you see the national, I would say, market maybe, for clinical trials? I know that big pharma like AstraZeneca has a lot of potential INDs, potential innovations that they wanted to make sure that it goes as best and as fast as possible. So do you think that Saudi is going to be one of the areas that might be considered for many future clinical trials?
Yes, thanks, Dr. Mohammed. And again, and I don't need to repeat myself. Again, I'd like to thank Dr. Nada and all organizers for such a very successful, well-organized conference in the third version of it. And thanks for inviting me as representing one of the key sponsors, AstraZeneca. Actually, from my perspective as a sponsor, there is lots of key growth drivers in the national level, on the regional level, on the global level. The global level, the sponsor right now is moving to redistribute the clinical trial to underrepresented population, to diversify the data and to manage the cost and timelines. This is from the global level. From the regional and local level, the Vision 2030 and the National Biotech Strategy and the AP policy or the economic participation policy is making some sort of environment of the pro-research policy, encouraging the sponsor, which looks like investors, with incentives, with infrastructure. This is from the local regional. The local entities that recently established, as mentioned by Dr. Musaid, Saudi NIH, Saudi Clinical Trial Enterprise, that one of the key initiatives in KMARC, RADIA, which is the Research and Development Innovation Authority. All these authorities is making professionalism or professionalizing the ecosystem, training the investigator and coordinators, integrating the CTMS, EMR, or digital enablement, standardize the site operation. So all of these factors, global, local, regional, making a very, if we're talking about the statistics, from 2018 to 2023, there is a market share growth of the phase 2 and phase 3 study over 27%. This came actually about the rest assurance of the global sponsor, that we are in a local affiliates, your mouth or your voice for our global to struggle to bring and to grab more studies. They already feel comfort that the ecosystem is professionalized. They already feel comfort that there is an early feasibility, pre-CT, trend to have a unified pre-CTs, predictable startup timelines within 6 months or below. Before COVID era, there is unpredictability, and this is one of the deal breaker. That unpredictable sites, they already don't to take the risk on that. The predictable startups is completely advanced after COVID. In addition to the Saudi FDA, as mentioned by Dr. Umayma and Dr. Adil yesterday, this is a testimony, actually, that our regulatory body here is tiered as level 4 from the maturity level, the reliance pathway, the RAID programs, breakthrough designations and orphan drug designations. All of these things make assurance from the regulatory perspective. There is a highly professional sites, digital enablements, uplifting the infrastructure. This is why the growth is coming and even need more acceleration. This is from the sponsor perspective.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Hazem. So I'll go back to Dr. Bendia here. So let's go into some details. So what therapeutic areas that you think are promising that we should expect some growth on? What area that might be underserved and we also might need to work on more and improve?
Thank you so much for the question. I think always we prioritize the health issues of the country to start with. We certainly have a huge disease burden for oncology, rare diseases, cardiometabolic diseases. We also see a lot of immunology and autoimmune diseases as well. I think we need to strike a balance, however, between priorities and where we can draw in research. So we have the pressing needs, therefore we have to do locally generated research within these areas. But when it comes to commercial research, clinical trials are a slightly different area because we need to also have adequate patients to contribute. And that becomes a bit of a restriction because when you have a population of about 40 million, you're competing against those that have a very large population and scale. So I think there is a need to be very strategic with regards to commercial research to say which are those indications where we will do extremely well in comparison to the rest of the world. To me, those rare oncology conditions, rare diseases, present a huge opportunity. And on a large scale, I really think that cardiometabolic diseases are the ones to go to, because we have the population here, we have patients, and these to me are the biggest opportunities, honestly, for research, for clinical trials.
Sure. I'll take also that to continue with Ms. Herder now. For the patient side, what areas that maybe we will need an investigator-initiated clinical trial that might not be of interest for the big pharma, or we don't have many to do for specific like area or diseases, let's say?
I think the major area that we're seeing, which is totally underserved, is in mental health. I think we are seeing growth absolutely in dementia and Alzheimer's, and that is a major disease burden. 1 in 4 drugs that's prescribed in primary care in the UK is for depression, and yet there are not really many new drugs coming through for mental health. That's a major area of growth and need for us within the UK. I think my colleague's point about diversity in trials is really interesting also. So I would like to see more push out into wider care settings. Majority of commercial research, of course, we understand it takes place in acute teaching hospitals. We understand that, and we understand the need for that. But there is a need for phase 3, phase 4. There is a need for work within primary care settings, social care settings, education settings, ultimately. And the ability to recruit from those areas and to represent the diversity of your population from those areas is going to be essential for the future. And we've started some work, certainly in my own trust, around research inclusion, which I think is going to be a game changer and a USP for a region, for a country going forward.
Okay, nice. And you remind me of when you talked about mental health. For me as an infectious diseases physician, I see all of these trials going to HIV treatment and then nothing for the other viruses. We don't have a treatment for RSV, for an example. We don't have a treatment for many other viruses that might be even deadly, and it's going to cause a lot of complications for the patient. So still there are areas I think that still not very much has a focus on, so hopefully in the near future. So I'll go back to Dr. Umayma. You already touched on what I was actually waiting to ask you. So what are things that has been implemented from a regulatory point of view to accelerate the clinical trial registration process, and especially going through IRB and then Saudi FDA, and this sometimes has been causing some delays. So I know that in the last few years there's a lot of things that's been done by your side to improve the timing even for clinical trial registration, and this will allow for more and more people to get excited to share and work in clinical trials.
So, as you know, Doctor, the clinical trials had huge surge in Saudi Arabia, and we understand the complexity that comes with these new clinical trials, the designs, the treatments, where we're talking about cell and gene therapy, CAR-Ts, and even beyond these factors that plays into the complexity of the clinical trial. It becomes really sophisticated, but we think also about the unmet medical need and those clinical trials that we can have it as a priority. So Pathways has helped us also to categorize these clinical trials, looking at these who was the clinical trial that was approved by stringent authorities, so we can actually do expedited review, and it takes little time while we focus on the more complex clinical trials that requires our attention. Knowing that some of the pathways actually serves orphan medications, rare diseases, and we actually have really thought about all the ideas that we can implement for attracting the clinical trials that has the potential for changing therapies for our population, for our patients in Saudi Arabia, and to be also keeping in mind that we are actually hitting so many goals at the same time. We want to be leaders as well nationally and internationally. So over the few years, I think we have done so many, and we are continuing. It's just a matter of time.
And do you apply the parallel submission, for an example? Do you apply any fast track for special conditions?
So for registration, there is the accelerated pathway for clinical trials, or priority, we call it. There is the orphan designation breakthrough for medication. RAID is one of the newest programs. So yes, these are the pathways that the SFDA has implemented.
So although it's going to go through extensive review by your side, but it's still going to have a priority, since it is very important to have a decision in those, right?
For RAID, for example, it is one of those initiatives that combines both clinical trial and medication registration. So we have our data in-house in Saudi. We can do both the clinical trial registration and approval, and making sure that we have these data ready for medication registration when it's time.
Sure. Okay, thank you. So, Prof. Musa'ad, now if I am a physician and I want to apply for a clinical trial, so what are the areas that I should focus on? So the Saudi NIH will be keen to help me to fund my research idea. Should this be started from the physician himself? Should this be a partnership with the international party? What's your priorities in terms of supporting clinical trials?
Let me comment on the previous questions. Actually, we have three players in the system. We have the public entities or funders. We have pharmaceutical companies or investors, maybe non-profit organizations. Also, we have the PIs and researchers. Each of them has, his own agenda, targets, and strategy. So, for example, public entities, funder, looking for reduce the burden, looking for broad questions, which definitely will take a long time, looking for quality as well as efficiency. Investors, as you know, risk affairs, and they want to answer specific questions, looking for quick wins. Researchers or PIs looking for incentives, looking for appreciation and acknowledgement. So if we want to translate the research into a knowledge as well as into a benefits, commercialization benefits, we should prioritize the fund, inject more cash, also improve the training, improve the capacity of the ecosystem. So from Saudi NIH, and back to your question, we announced the health research priorities last year. And the priorities were built based on the burden of diseases in the kingdom, starting from the cardiovascular, cancer, endocrine diseases, and so on. And thanks to God, alhamdulillah, the call going to be open from 25 till 2030. So we have open call for clinical trials during the entire year, which is, it's difficult, but inshallah, NIH will handle that. I encourage all PIs to go and read the report, the priorities report, find the area of interest, draft the proposal, and submit it immediately to NIH. There are a lot of requirements for the eligibility, for the type of the study, for the budget as well. They should stick and align with that before submitting. They should also take the approvals before submitting the proposal to the NIH from SFDA and from the IRB committees in the institute.
Yes, and actually you're right. When I saw it first, it was open throughout the year, and I thought it's maybe a mistake, but it seems that you are willing to take that burden to support the newly initiated clinical trials. So thank you for the effort. I'll take it now to Dr. Hazem. So from your perspective now, with the current situation in Saudi, and let's not be politically correct here, what are the areas that you think that we can work on this area to improve the growth of clinical trials in Saudi? Areas that we still maybe have some shortcomings, or maybe it is good, but it might need to be even better?
Great question. But I'd like to clarify something. If the area, if we already meaning about the therapy areas or the area or the general area of the policy system?
I would focus maybe in the system, the infrastructure.
Yeah. I think from the let's start first from the regulatory perspective. We have a great advancement happened. We need to keep up and to expand the advancement happened with the reliance and fast lane pathway, pre-agreed decentralized component like e-consenting, e-telemedicine and everything, agreed centralized services and putting data sharing framework. The sites is struggling to share the data with each other, especially in the clinical trial that having central services like central imaging, central lab, central adjudications. And I mean about the adjudication, which is the central committee of the endpoint assessment. So the all data is floated into the central, and the data sharing between the sites here is struggling. So we can maybe more need to be advanced. This is from regulatory and from the policy level. And again, I'm always fan of to have a central coordination, central body, national gateway to coordinate the pre-CT, feasibility, predictable, and to maintain the consistent startup timelines with common data standards and shared data governance. This is from the system level and from the policy level. Also, as mentioned by Dr. Moussaad, is the incentives for the cost to performance or cost before performance. Reimbursement or the partial reimbursement of the R&D staff is very important. Career path for them is very important. Transparent local fees is very important. Import and facilitation of the import and logistics is very important, and even advancement of the digital enablement. Our responsibility from sponsors also to build more center of excellence hand-to-hand with Saudi NIH, with all entities, as a partner to build more center of excellence in the clinical research, uplift the workforce capability by training, by LMS certification or learning management system certification, incentive schemes linked to the quality and velocity. I think all of these things from the regulatory, policy, and system level, maybe it will be sharpened and will be strengthened more and more the advancement. If you're talking about the therapy areas, I think the esteemed colleague is tackled. We have already some high prevalence, highly engaged clinicians like rare disease due to some consanguinity rates that we have here in Saudi. So there is a rare disease, benign hematology, malignant oncology, and there is another therapy areas that like obesity, like NASH and liver metabolic diseases that have more compelling for the population needs and commercial relevance. Balancing between both of them is very important to level up the site capability and the patient access.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Hazem. So I still have many questions, but I will continue asking. And if there's any question from the audience, please raise your hand, and then we'll take it to you. I have an open question, and if whoever wants to take it can answer. Nowadays, we have a lot of new things, and one of the things I think everyone now is even trying to learn is the AI And how do you think something like this will affect the growth of clinical trials? Is it going to be positive or negative? So any ideas? It's an open, whoever wants to take the question. Doctor, yeah, go ahead.
I think based on reading in 2040 there will be no trials on human, I think.
ليش نتعب نفسنا يعني? Why we are doing this conference then?
I think so. A couple of companies using the big machine and big data to use the use the molecule from modeling to directly to the human, and this is maybe will happen.
Sure. Yeah, that's everything is possible. Dr. Alima?
I'm actually going to say something probably not all of us know, but AI have been used in clinical trials since before COVID, and it has been done with what I know, at least 3 different companies. The use of AI has been there, but we are focusing on how we can use it with knowing that less hallucination is there, validated data, outcomes are really reliable. So we have really our colleagues in the medical device, they have really good processes for doing AI or systems in whether it's approvals, assessments, and so. In our drug sector, I can say that we are having our in-house projects that we are thinking how we can, first of all, have regulation for clinical trials using AI, making sure that we utilize it in-house as well. If we can accelerate assessments, making sure that we can get those clinical trials assessed in a efficient way, and making sure patient safety is our priority. Yes.
Sure. Thank you.
I'd probably be happy to chime in as well. I think we're living in a world where everyone is today using GPT, whether they're trying to find the best shop to go and shop in, or trying to look for a solution. We hit GPT before you know it. So I think we live in a world today which is heavily built on AI support and systems. I think transformation and of course is not just coming, we are already there. If you look at the way research is done, I truly believe there will be huge efficiencies, and I completely take on board the comment that there will be issues with need to validate your data, what you're using as your data, to rule out hallucinations, to look at all of that. But if you take a step back, look at how we do research today. We can use generative AI to produce protocols, reports, so speedily that it hardly takes any time and resources. So we definitely want to do that. We're using AI programs today, and we're involved in research that is helping us predict who are the best patients for the study. It is helping us predict and diagnose, identify hard to diagnose patients. And for rare diseases, it's a game changer, because it's so hard to diagnose patients. And we're sitting today in Saudi with data, with genomic data, which we really need to tap into, because that is going to call out how our future is, because we have all discovered that treatment is very individual. What applies to you or me does not apply to everybody else in this room today. So precision medicine is here to stay, and we can't do that without leveraging data, genomic, epigenetic data, multi-omics data, or even exposomal. Where we live, what we eat today makes a whole lot of difference. So I believe we're moving towards trends where we are going to deeply leverage data, and some of the data that we have genomic. And there is an imperative today, therefore, that we have to unify our health records. We have to be able to pull out as much as we can from wearable devices, because everybody knows how we can use these systems to try and up our game on research. So I believe that's coming. And then you will see agentic AI coming in, where you don't have to sit as coordinators trying to manage and slot patients. A lot of that will happen at the back end, and we will do more meaningful things, which is actually making clinical decisions, finding the right guidelines and regulations. So I truly believe we're here to change the way we see and the way we work and research.
But would you think that Saudi FDA will accept having AI doing follow-up visits for the patients?
We will never replace clinical activities. I would completely be with the regulators. There are some things that humans are meant to do, and we should do that. It's the administrative thing. It's the data churning that we should try and,
I totally
delegate
agree.
to.
I can have the last question, but if there's any pressing question, I give you. Yeah, تفضل. So I will repeat the question for the rest. So the question is about the platform, if there is a way to know if there is a similar study before I submit my own idea, right?
Yes, both to, before submitting the proposal and to collaborate with other PIs. Currently, Saudi NIH is working on developing a new platform for accepting and receiving proposals. We call it GMS, Grant Management System. So we have actually two systems, one for the payment management system and the grant management system. In the grant management system, we have a reporting, or we call it e-reports. So from the e-reports system, you can see all funded projects and at what stages of the study and the stages of the studies. So yes, definitely, but we are working on that by searching by titles or posting your abstract in the platform. You will see all relatives study funded by NIH, funded and rejected by NIH.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Musahad. I think we have already passed the time, and Dr. Nada is very sharp, and we should maybe conclude. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed being in this session. Thanks for your time, and hopefully we'll see you soon, inshallah, with a lot of achievements and announcements that show that clinical trial at the local level and international level is picking up and changing people's lives and saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed moderator and panelists for this invaluable session. We would like to invite Dr. Nada Sahibani to the stage to honor our moderator and panelists. Starting with Dr. Mohammed Bousaid. Dr. Bandia Karipa. Ms. Heather Rice. دكتور أميمة طالب. دكتور مساعد الشمري. and دكتور حازم العشري. We will now proceed to theme 3, titled Funding Perspective in KCAP Trials. This theme focuses on sustainable funding models, strategic partnerships, and innovative approaches to supporting impactful KCAP trials. With our panel discussions titled Strategic Funding for Impact, Elevating KCAP Trials Through Non-Profit Collaborations, we'll explore how innovative funding models, strategic partnerships, and non-profit collaborations can accelerate KCAP trials development and maximize research impact. We are honored to have this panel discussion moderated by Dr. Salwa Hafez. Dr. Hafez is an assistant professor of pharmacology at King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences and the vice chairman of KCAP Trials Management at King Abdullah International Medical Research Center in the Western region. She's actively involved in KCAP trials oversight, medical education research, and multidisciplinary collaborations. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Hafez to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here at the day 2 of the Clinical Trial Conference. So in alignment with the previous session about the growth of clinical trial, we'll top on strategic fundings for clinical trials. As one of our priorities, at least in KMARC, is to empower PI-initiated clinical trials that address local health needs and build localized research capacities. While sponsor-initiated trials remain very valuable, nonprofit and public funding are essential to enable investigator-driven studies with strong local relevance. Strategic funding in this space strengthen clinical research infrastructure, expand site capacity, create impact, and tailored to our own population. Please join me to welcome leaders who represent funding strategies in national research policy. We're lucky to have Ms. Heather again from the previous panel, and Prof. Musa'ad al-Shimri also again from the previous panel. Ms. Heather is the Director of Research and Innovation in NIS. Prof. Musa'ad al-Shimri is a professor of pharmacology and toxicology. He's also the research office director at the Saudi NIH. Please also welcome Dr. Rashid Al-Hamidan, head of consumer sector development at Public Investment Fund, PIF. Also welcome Prof. Reem Al-Khilaf. Prof. Reem Al-Khilaf is a professor of pediatric endocrinology at King Saud University, and also she's the head of clinical trial section at King Saud University Medical City. Thank you, everyone. So the topic of funding actually personally excites me, and I'm sure here we have PIs, potential PIs who are interested in learning more about funding opportunities. So I'll just start by asking let's start with Prof. Rima. I just want to know how your institution is contributing to clinical trial funding, and we can tap on each institution, whether it's directly or indirectly.
First, I would like to thank you for this nice introduction and invite. So at Kingston University, funding for clinical trials can be obtained through multiple venues. The first one will be through the institute itself, and the other option will be from outside the institute, where major funding actually happens. So from inside the institute, Kingston University provide research tracks where faculty can apply to and receive funding, whether for junior faculty or for research groups. So it's a competitive kind of track. But for the other tracks, like through the Saudi NIH or through RIDIA, and some PI-initiated trials where they could go and obtain funding through some sponsors, such as Pfizer, AstraZeneca. So those are kind of sponsors who would also provide funding for researchers. And I assume that most of the other institutes around us are following the same pathway of funding.
Thank you, Prof. Rima. This brings me to Prof. Musa'ad, just highlighting the NIH role in funding a clinical trial. And since preclinical trial are the pathway to clinical trial, can you just tap on funding opportunities as well for preclinical research?
Thank you, Dr. Stalwa, for this question. Again, Saudi NIH was established to support both translation as well as clinical trials, and design different, mechanisms, different programs to support all of these studies, starting from early stages of trials and late stages of preclinical trials. So last year, again, we announced for an opportunity to support the late stages preclinical studies ready to move to phase 1 trials in the kingdom. And we closed actually the opportunity this month. We received a lot of proposals in this call. We have another also programs to support the public health data, to support digitalization, to support also students and early career scientists. So we have all programs to support the trials and the biomedical studies from all aspects.
Great, thank you so much. I mean, this highlights the fundamental of NIH as a strategic funding for these activities. Dr. Rashid, if you can highlight how PDF can contribute to the empowerment of clinical trial.
Sure. So basically the way that we look at it is structured around the value chain. So when you look downstream, we have a company that is called Livera. They are focusing on manufacturing, and that manufacturing is within biologics as well as vaccines that will start with drug product, then move to drug substance. Now, the second part of that is the relation to clinical trials themselves, and we are investing heavily when it comes to understanding what would be our position as a digital enabler through Lean. And Lean will be speaking, and already have spoken yesterday on this panel, and on this conference, and they will be speaking on other conference to highlight exactly what value they would be able to add. And they are thinking about enabling the infrastructure of Nafis to unlock a value that we believe is there, and we believe that should be captured. On the third aspect, we think around the aspect really upstream. PIF has been mandated by the National Biotech Strategy to look into how to structure venture capital. So we have met with at least 100 leading venture capital arms on the globe, either from corporate structures or from this structure of LBGPs. And the main thinking there was that clinical trials is the second most critical aspect for us to deliver on value. So the way that we position ourselves is that we believe that if value is created upstream, it will create value for Lyfera downstream, it will create value for lean and so forth. And that's how we are trying to understand more how to best enable that ecosystem.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Rashid. Moving from the local agencies to Ms. Heather, if you could highlight how your institution supports clinical trial and if you support other countries as well, if you can touch on that.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you again for the opportunity to contribute to this. So there are similar funding streams through NIHR in the UK as there is here in Saudi. Again, a focus on majoring on the delivery of research rather than the translation. It does fund translation and implementation, but I think the balance is mainly on delivery. I'd really like to pick up the point about development of researchers and early career researchers. Certainly the definition of an early career researcher in the UK tends to be someone who's already postdoctoral, who's already published, who's part of a research infrastructure where they can have their research career shaped and they are supported to be released from their clinical roles. I think a really interesting area to focus on, and it speaks to the upstream comment, a really interesting area to focus on in terms of funding to develop your research-ready workforce is for your general clinicians, your jobbing clinicians in medical education, in education for nursing and allied health professionals. Most of the workforce who come to us are research naive completely, and they have no exposure. And if you are not in a major teaching institution that undertakes a lot of research, the ability to get involved is really, really tricky. I think you would massively grow your capability if you think about directing some funding into the development of early career researchers. If you build in to medical education and training, to clinical education and training, that mandate to undertake and to deliver research, and then you enable healthcare delivery organizations to create the space for those clinicians to undertake research as part of their day and daily job, not as an add-on.
Very wonderful perspective. This brings me to another question, maybe for Dr. Musa'ad. As an NIH body, do you have any fellowships or educational programs that supports early career PIs or investigators to sort of increase their chances of having fund?
Yes. The simple answer is yes. We have a program, we call it career development. Okay, so in the career development, we support both early career scientists and also students and fellows in this in this program. We haven't announced this program yet. Hopefully this year we'll establish and start this program and calling for proposals and calling also for applications from students and fellows across the kingdom. Agree with Ms. Rice. Definitely that program or these programs will support the research in the ecosystem directly and indirectly.
Amazing, excellent. So, Prof. Rima, if you can highlight the challenges that are facing the PIs in your institution, and how are you going about that?
Yeah, so most of the fund that's provided to PIs is a fund for labor and labor costs. But the funds, if you go by the regulations, whether they come from the university or from other regulatory bodies, they allocate a certain amount by law to the human capacity and a certain amount toward the analytics or the product in the clinical trial, but not a lot is allocated to build the infrastructure and sustain the infrastructure of clinical trials in that institute or within the ecosystem. So it feels like you're constantly running through the mode of you need to build your infrastructure, you need to sustain the infrastructure. There is high turnover for clinical coordinators around us. You need every time to recruit a new person, train them, and once they become acquainted and super, someone else takes the opportunity of recruiting them to their site or to their company. I think funders need to have an open-minded that infrastructure also needs support, and the amount of money that's allocated to support the personnel should be something that really does have a huge value rather than a minor incentive.
Thank you for sharing this experience. This brings me to one of the things we tapped on, Ms. Rice, yesterday, collaboration between different institutions, healthcare and funding agencies, just to empower everyone. If you can highlight that.
Absolutely. I think, a challenge for PIs, certainly in my experience locally, is the ability to have exposure to the large trials, the experience to undertake commercial trials, particularly if they're in an area like psychiatry where there's less opportunity for that. So one of there's kind of two things really, I suppose, that we have been trying to do to encourage and develop PIs. One is a really strong partnership with industry. And I'll come back to that in a moment. The second is to encourage our PIs not to stay in their lane. So, for example, and the pandemic was actually a real opportunity for this. So when we were in the middle of the pandemic, we had some funding from NIHR to set ourselves up as a vaccine hub. And we had psychiatrists undertaking and leading vaccine trials, and that was quite nerve-wracking for those clinicians. But with the appropriate support, training, robust governance, the right facilities, the right staff around them, those medics have become actually quite experienced researchers, but not in their field. What that has done is give them enormous confidence to be able to then go into areas that are much closer to home and much closer to their clinical area of expertise. So that's something I would say is an interesting angle to pursue, is to encourage research staff with all of the regulation and all of the support around it not to stay in their lane, get out of their lane. The first point I made around industry partnerships is something that we've been pursuing, again, in order to build capacity and capability, but also to help with the funding. So we have a dedicated partnership at the moment with a clinical research organization who also provide private sites. And what that has done for the CRO is enable them to build their reputation for a partnership with an NHS organization. I believe there is still some power in the brand of the NHS, the blue badge. I think it has global reach. So that's a real benefit to them. The other benefit to them is they are able to buy services and staff from us, be it labs, be it pharmacy, be it facilitators, clinical trials assistants, whatever. That's a real source of income for us. The flip side is that particularly our research staff and our PIs can work in with industry partners who are experienced in their field. They can, if they have never been a PI, they can go in and work with an experienced industry leader as a sub-I and gain their experience and their credibility through that partnership. And the other thing that it's really done for us is expand capability in areas where within our clinical services, we just don't operate. My example would be in the area of dementia. The NHS does not use routinely rating scales that sponsors absolutely require in order to conduct research. So the UK is missing trials. They're just not even coming near the UK because the NHS services are not trained. They're trained in multiple other rating scales. They're not trained in the ones in services that the sponsors want. So this relationship with industry that we have is allowing our workforce to be trained in a way that we would find really difficult to do. That expands our capability and our capacity to be able to put ourselves forward for those trials. And then, of course, as you know, it's a virtuous circle. Once you've started, you've already gained that experience, you can continue. So I think, industry partnerships are really, really critical, and I would encourage research staff to get out of their comfort zone.
Amazing. Very excellent example of how we can join forces. This brings me to my other question is how can researchers, investigators align their research ideas and interests into priorities to have better chance of getting funding? Prof. Masaad.
As a researcher, or
we can start as a researcher, and then you can wear your NIH hat.
So I think this is part of the funder and public funder responsibility to first set the priorities, identify the priorities. All researchers it must be contribute in setting these priorities. They must also align their proposals, their idea with these priorities. They should also address the high burden of diseases to, at least get, fund or moving, with their proposals to late stages of the reviewing process. It's difficult, very difficult, because we have limited resources to support all types of studies. We should work together with all players in the system, with the companies, big pharma company. We also should work with the non-profit organizations to collect, more fund to support all studies initiated by PIs that align with the priorities.
Thank you, Prof. Masaad. This just a follow-up question, like given the highly competitive funding process that you have, what distinguish or what criteria would you say are the most important that would secure, I wouldn't say secure, that would give higher chances for the research to be funded from NIH?
So looking to different angles, from let's say pre-awarding, we are looking for the quality of the proposals, looking for the eligibility as well, looking for the background of the PI, the team of the PI, the topic also for the studies. Also, we are looking for the site, quality of sites, how the strong governance system they have, and how they are serious about the impact of the studies. We are looking for different things. Also asking the peer reviewers to review in terms of the scientific merits.
Do you have the international or external reviewers as well in the process?
Yes, we have both. Okay. We have a very, very strong, database in our peer review database from both local and international. All, researchers funded by NIH, we use them as also reviewers to their colleagues.
more motivation to submit your proposals to Saudi NIH. Prof. Musa'ad touched on an impact, having protocols and research with great impact. So this brings me to Dr. Rashid. I want to ask from an investor point of view, what would attract or interest an investor in investing in clinical trials or preclinical research?
So the main challenge that we have seen so far in the ecosystem is that the recognition around how clinical trials are being run. Currently, clinical trials are being run based on number of patients, number of sites, number of clinical trials that you do per year, and that's how things are being seen. It's not being seen as the decisions that you take at clinical site, the decisions that primary investigators need to undergo, the interactions that they do in their daily operations to conduct that clinical trial as well, and also doesn't look into the aspects of connecting incentives with the expectations of the market. So impact for us as investors is around predictability, de-risking execution, as well as developing the capability over time. That's looking at it from any entity or wearing the hat of a company that's investing as venture capitalists. Looking at it from a strategic long-term investor, it is the repeated capabilities that are left in the ecosystem. We genuinely believe that sponsor-led clinical trials is the way to start currently, and with time, PI-led or PI-initiated clinical trials will follow. The needed capabilities for the ecosystem across the whole process, the whole value chain, require some work and some improvements to take place. And that's why actually we are currently working with the SNIH in order to package something to the market that will de-risk the transparency aspects, de-risk the predictability, as well as build on what we have. We believe that we have value, and we believe that value is not captured, and we believe that value is scattered. We look everywhere. We look clinical trials, stage 3, stage 1, therapeutic area A, different therapeutic area there. Our view is not nationally driven nor market driven. So those decisions at strategic level, packaging that with shared KPIs, making sure that sites are committed to it, building on their own capabilities that they have now, growing organically is the right way of moving. With time, that will have capable PIs that will start asking questions that you need to innovate, that you need to get funding from venture capitalists or from public systems. And that's how we try to position ourselves around it.
Thank you for highlighting a very important point on how we should collaborate between different agencies. And I really want to take a moment to thank our sponsors that are sponsoring clinical trials in Saudi Arabia. We are very fortunate to have an increasing interest in our region. And as Dr. Rashid said, it builds capacity and infrastructure. We do have the value. We just need to pull everything together and join forces to enhance these frameworks. So this gives us a very practical takeaway on how we frame funding, strategic funding. I'll just open the floor for audience for questions. We can take 1 or 2 questions. Anyone? Okay. We have 1 question in the back. Can we get a mic?
السلام عليكم. سؤالي للدكتور مساعد الشمري. As an Saudi NIH expert from your background and experience, what are the common mistakes that you see investigators who apply for grants at your institution that go through? It's like a common mistake always happening that prevent otherwise very promising research idea from receiving national funding.
common mistakes in proposals in both trials and translated and also the public health misaligned with the priorities. This is one. Also, not following, the guidelines, not using the exact forms and exact, ideas in the or items, let's say, in the planning for the budget and the planning for the project. This is, I think, the main mistake, but in a NIH, we didn't look for these things. We looking for the aligning with the high burden of diseases, one. Also looking for the scoring system we received from the reviewers in terms of scientific merits.
Thank you for your question.
Also using AI.
Yeah, we should be careful about how we design protocols nowadays and cautious about using artificial intelligence. If you don't have any more questions, I would like to thank our panelists for a very fruitful discussion, and we can end our session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Hafiz, and our panelists for this informative panel discussion. I'd like to invite Dr. Nada Sahibani to the stage to honor our moderator and panelists. Starting with Dr. Salwa Hafiz. دكتور ريم الخليفة. دكتور راشد الحميدان. Dear guests, we will now take a break and we will resume our conference program at 1 p.m. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We will now move to our last theme in our conference, titled Principal Investigator Perspectives and Leadership. This theme explores the experiences, leadership roles, and challenges faced by principal investigators throughout the clinical trial lifecycle. Starting with a panel discussion titled Exploring the Experiences and Challenges of Principal Investigators from Submission to Conducting the Trials. I am pleased to introduce the moderator for this panel discussion, Dr. Ziad Umran. Dr. Umran is a professor of pharmaceutical sciences, appointed research scientist at King Abdullah International Medical Research Center. His research focuses on developing novel anti-infective and anti-inflammatory agents, and he leads multiple internally and externally funded research projects. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Umran to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. It's my pleasure to moderate this session today. I would like to welcome my colleagues panelists. We will start by Dr. Noel Campbell, who's associate professor in pharmacy practice at Bordeaux University. Yesterday, we enjoyed listening to him when he spoke about decentralized clinical trials. Our second guest today is Dr. Ahmed Abu Laban, a consultant in neurology at King Abdulaziz Medical City in Riyadh, and also assistant professor in the College of Medicine. Our third panelist today, Dr. Abdurrahman Al-Reza, hematologist, consultant in hematology, and also assistant professor in the College of Medicine, King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences. Thank you for joining us in this panel discussion. So our objective today, we will navigate through the BI experience across the full clinical trial life cycle to identify actionable improvement. If I could start by just asking each of you, my dear colleagues, in one sentence, how would you describe your experience as BI? One line. Anyone want to start?
Yes, okay, I will start.
We start from the right.
Okay.
As it's the custom here, from the right.
So I think it was great experience, not without a challenge.
I believe your mic is your mic was working?
Yeah.
I don't quit.
I think it was a great experience. It's not without a challenge. We had some good days, we had some bad days, definitely, but it's worth doing it.
And I would say it's really fascinating, and I always cannot get enough from doing more and more clinical trials.
I believe my response is going to be fairly consistent in that it's both intimidating and rewarding. Yes.
Very good. Very good. Okay, so since we have a panel with really diversified and complementary experience, so we have hematologists, we have neurologists, we have clinical pharmacists, so we will navigate through the whole life cycle of the clinical trials. So if I start by asking all of you, what are the typical challenges that the BI faces across the full trial life cycle from submission to close out?
Yeah. I think there are some challenges with each cycle, with each time. So we had challenges before starting the recruitment. We have challenges during submission. One of the things is that if you have unrealistic visibility or unrealistic number, this is one of the challenge. Also, after starting the trial is the recruitment challenges, the time constraint for the BI. These are some of the challenges that I faced.
So the challenges is quite different from specialty to specialty, exactly. From disease to disease. So always ask your colleague, ask your friend. It's very important to start a trial in a disease of your interest because it requires a lot of knowledge and experience about the current situations. Also, it is very important at the beginning of the clinical trial, you fill something called the visibility form. This form, by knowing the studies and the cohort of patients within your institutions, and you know the dynamics, how many patients do you see, do you have the support from your institution, and all the extra questions that you need to know so you can successfully select the clinical trial that is good for your patients and for you and for the institution.
Agree with that. I'll preface my response a bit by just clarifying that in the US, at an academic university, most of our research is investigator initiated. And so the challenges that you face through the life cycle of a clinical trial, to me, really start with proposing the idea, supporting the idea, proving a track record that you can execute that idea. And so it's that writing phase, that development phase of the clinical trial that, to me, represents perhaps one of the most significant challenges, let alone the 4 to 5 years it might take to conduct a clinical trial. It's the period before developing the track record, developing the team, finding the idea and finding the execution. To me, that's perhaps one of the most stumbling points is just getting across the starting line, let alone the finish line. So to me, I want to highlight that as something that might be a bit unique about my background and the story of clinical trial execution. Beyond that, we all know that recruitment is a challenge, and then there's a period where you as a PI might be able to coast when your operations are going, so that's less of a concern. And then the analysis phase is the fun part. That's when that rewarding piece comes in. So I'd just like to highlight, in addition, I agree with previous responses, I think it's worth highlighting that sometimes that idea generation phase, if you have to come up with that on your own, it's challenging, but it's also a great way to build a network, to build relationships, and to build ideas, because out of one idea comes other ideas.
Exactly, thank you. Okay, so now if we just narrow our scope, we will start the cycle from the beginning. So if we start from the protocol submission and feasibility, at the feasibility stage, what are the challenges that are most often underestimated either by the sponsors or by the site, by the institution? Nol, yes, we can start.
Yeah, I can start. I'll reiterate just kind of what I said in that protocol phase. Part of that challenge is, developing that protocol, as I've just mentioned, and then, putting things together and running that first phase of running the first patient through the protocol. If you haven't done that in a preliminary phase yet, then that becomes a challenge, because there's a period where you can become uncomfortable with whether it's going to work and flow as you expect it to. So that to me is a challenge of connecting the dots as you thought you would on paper, connecting those dots, and does it work as we do, and can we pass on, can we carry the information, can we collect the information as we intended to. So from a pilot phase, I think that's one of my challenges of where my study team gets nervous around when is it time to go, when is it time to turn on the protocol, turn on the pilot phase.
Okay. And from your point of view, what is underestimated by of these challenges by either the PI or from the sponsor?
Oftentimes it's not. I would, in my experience, it's not from the PI. Because oftentimes the PI has done many of the procedures, done many of the assessments, has done much of the recruitment in prior experiences, so we kind of know how long it's going to take. So it could come from a sponsor, but a lot of it's, as you mentioned, it can be disease state, population, or environment specific. And the boots on the ground and the people who have done it before are the ones who are less likely to find that instance where what you expect will happen and what is actual. And that's, to me, the source of stress, is when you expect one thing to happen and another thing happens, and then that can be uncomfortable.
I would say I would agree with all what was said, and I would say the most important thing in the feasibility and the protocol submission is to answer a question, is this study is doable or not doable? And these questions at the beginning, it might be a little bit difficult. In clinical trial, there is a lot of money spent, so we need to make sure that it is wise. Even the clinical trial is sponsored. Now, when you do a clinical trial, it's either like pharma sponsored or you are investigator initiated. And each has different challenges and difficulties. For the pharma, you need to really, from your practice, understand what is the inclusion criteria, what is the exclusion, is there any ethical concern from your side, because you are expert in the disease, you know things that is still not known in the literature, you know the populations, you know the system, you know the number of patients. So this is the most important question, is the study doable or not doable? And at the beginning, always you need help. So you have to ask for help. Do you think I can conduct this study? Ask your colleague, ask your friend, before you commit. Because if you commit and then you don't recruit patients, it's, people will not trust you. It will be a big loss of money on your side. The pharma will pay a lot of money. And this happen in many centers where they pay a lot of money. It's a lot of logistics, like all the blood tests and, for example, the ECG, pregnancy test, for example, all these has to be done in a certain way. This is a lot of cost, and doesn't look good for your institution and for yourself. Definitely. To commit yourself to something that you cannot do. So the most difficult questions at the beginning, is this study doable in our setting, in our, and always I would say, always start with something simple. Don't start, and now when we comes to the investigator initiated, don't do a fancy clinical trial. Just start with simple. Don't start with multifactorial, multi-arm, or there are now fancy. Start simple. Simple design with very simple question, straightforward, easy disease. Do not make things complicated in yourself. I think this is the most important key factors. And
very good advice for the young investigators.
Yeah, really, it is the best, and you have to start with something simple, and then the second thing is to build a team. It's not if you're ending up doing a lot of things by yourself, it means you fail to delegate and make sure everything should be. I like the term autopilot. Everything should be on autopilot, where you just monitor and then You only call me if there is a problem. Otherwise, everything done smooth.
Interesting.
Hopefully,
I agree.
hopefully.
Yes, I agree.
But it's not the case. But
it could be the goal.
Yeah. This should be the goal.
Yep.
Interesting. Then, if we can move a little bit for the recruitment. From your point of view, how realistic are the recruitment targets and timeline that are typically assigned to the site?
Well, I think you have to know the protocol very well before starting the recruiting the patient, and you have to build a structured process where to find them. One of the things that could help is to have an electronic health record or system that will capture these patients. Also coordination with the whole team, the coordinators, the physician, the staff physician. There should be a well-designed process for recruiting these patients. This is the best way. It's not always doable to do it. We had some challenges to capture these patients, how to recruit them, especially if they are having a very restrictive eligibility criteria.
In the recruitment, it's always challenging. My advice, always be honest with the patients. You have to tell the patients everything about the trial. Do not hide any information. Recruitment can be sometimes very difficult, especially if there is already well-known alternative. So you have to be honest with the patients, and you, in a way, advertise for the trial in an honest way, and you tell the truth. If you don't lie or don't hide any information, be honest with the patients, explain to them. There are a lot of challenges that can happen, especially this has to be from the beginning. In the feasibility, you ask what is the expected number. If it is pharma industry, what is the expected number from you for your center? How many patients to enroll? And it's always nice to exceed the target, because sometimes patients might not follow. Also, if you are investigator-initiated, you want to calculate the sample size. When you calculate the sample size, get the help of the statistician. Know the number of patients. You need to calculate it so your study will be powered enough to know to answer your research questions. So there are challenges in the recruitment, but again, it is variable from disease to disease, from specialty to another.
Okay. Sure. And what are the most significant barriers in recruiting patients and retaining the patient also?
I think it is variable about the diseases, but usually for pharma industry, they have very strict criteria. Most of the time, they will not spend millions and millions of dollars without really knowing how to manage the study. So, for example, in diseases like, for example, you cannot confirm the diagnosis. They have to apply, for example, like a panel where they have to review the diagnosis with you. They have to see each investigation done for the patients to have to make sure about the criteria. That's for the international. For the investigator-initiated clinical trials, you have to develop your own criteria that from knowing your own population. So it's a little bit different. But the bias, again, just to go back to your question, is really different across different trials and different studies.
If I can build on that, I think we've talked a lot in the last 2 days about recruitment, right? It comes up in most sessions because it is a problem. I think we have to know that it's going to be a problem. We have to plan for it to be a problem. We have to know where and why. Like you said, for each project, it could be a different problem. It could be restricted recruitment criteria, or it could be, like you said, we try to be completely transparent with the potential participant. So we give them everything. Well, that can worry them. That can drive them away. We can get a lot of people that we approach, we screen, they become eligible, then we start the consenting process and they say, I got to do what? And that is where you can also lose them. So it's a balance where you have to give them the things they need to know, but not scare them away. And I think the comment that I want to end on with that is that a successful project team can set up those operations where they understand where are we losing people. And as I discussed yesterday a bit, if you set up your processes where you can find that out, you can nudge that. These are humans making human decisions, and that's nudgeable. You can leverage those things and change up what you need to improve your recruitment rates, but you have to find that out. You have to be able to know how to track where to pay attention.
We have to also, it's very important also to advertise for the clinical trial. Like you advertise really what all the good things in the clinical trial for the patients. Like, for example, I say to my patients, like my friends are sometimes they say, how did you convince patients to go into this trial where there is more than 20 already approved treatment and it's much easier to be taken as compared to this? Well, you explain to them in a very simple term the potential scientific advantage. You explain to them that when you enroll in a clinical trial, everything will go by the book. You will be managed by a team, and everything will be monitored, and everything with very strict observation. Well, some people would like that. I mean, but they need to understand the concept of the clinical trial. The public educations about a clinical trial is very important because many people, if you talk to patients about a clinical trial, the first thing will say, well, I'm not a rat. You're doing a split. No, it is not. It's not. They're missing the concept. They're missing the big pictures. It doesn't mean that we're talking to you honestly, but this is how science, at the time being, is executing or the evidence is generated. In the futures, with quantum computer, we might simulate clinical trial, but that's still not feasible nowadays.
Not nowadays, yes, absolutely. Okay, I would like to ask you, from your point of view, what are the operational or administrative requirements that add a huge workload, but with low scientific output or low patient value?
You want to take it?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think the most challenging part is the administrative work, or a lot of paperwork before starting the trial, the agreement, the contract, the budgeting. All of this takes a lot of time from the PI, where I think he should be concentrated more on the leadership inside, in the teamwork, in recruiting. This is one of the things that that's challenging, is to concentrate on the leadership rather than the paper. It's essential, but it's time consuming.
Sure, absolutely.
I'll jump in next. I say this tongue-in-cheek because it's not technically the right answer, and because it's so important. But the thing that takes a lot of time in our lab is team management. Keeping your team motivated, keeping your team on track, showing up, accurate. And it's so important, but it takes a lot of time. And to your question, it doesn't add a lot of scientific value, but it does make a more successful team. And so it's an investment that's worth making. It's an investment that we make. But to keep your team engaged, motivated, and interested does take a fair amount of time. But again, it's worth the investment.
I would say also, like, and from the administrative point of view, there are sometimes things are stuck in where it can be easy fixed. Just talk to people. Go in your institutions, explore. There are other people they can have the solution. They can help you. It needs a lot of coordinations, and you need to make sure the team is aware and to set an example so everything can go on the autopilot. That's the goal.
Thank you. Just let me now take the advantage that our operations manager, Dr. Adel, is here. So I would like to ask you, concerning the site, how can an institution better support the PI in conducting high-quality trials?
I'll start. I think when you say institution can be have a couple different definitions. Yes. And so I'll address maybe a couple different types of institutions. One institution is the source, right? Yes. Industry, the funding source. One of the things that I like about the US NIH is some flexibility, right? Some accountability, periodic, but then flexibility. And I appreciate that. So that's one thing that institution does well that helps us. So once we start a project, they kind of back off until they say, hey, it's time to check in and check your progress, which you better do well. And if you don't, there's a consequence. But if you're doing fine, then we'll back off. So from that institution, I think that's one advantage or one thing that goes well. But from an academic institution, from a hospital institution, from a university, from that kind of institution, one of the things that I appreciate from those things, or what I appreciate, but I'd still like more, I guess, to answer the question in the way it's framed, is in team support, team management. It's really nice. I didn't become a PI because I'm a really good team leader, because I'm a really good person manager, and so I like to rely on somebody else. But I became one because I like data, and I like treatments. I like to solve problems. So the more I can do that, the happier I am. But the less I have to deal with person problems, I like to rely on someone else, and that's one thing that I think that institution could do to help support me.
Dr. Ahmed, from KMark, for example, what do you want that how KMark can support you for better clinical trials?
Okay, so I like the word you said, solve problems. So as a PI, you have to understand what is the problem and how can you solve it, because there will be a problem. It doesn't. So if you don't run into the problem, that means there is something wrong. There will be a problem. I can tell you before you start. The question is how to solve this problem, how to recognize it early, before you before you violate a protocol, before you miss a deadline. So you need to zoom out and look from the protocol as a whole. You have to look what is required, what are the steps, this is good for the patients. Sometimes you can, even for international studies, you can ask for a modification. You say, I want to skip this part for my patients, for example, or is this feasible? Can I modify this? Or for example, if you think you needed an adjustment in the protocol according to your setting, it is still feasible. So you have to zoom out and make sure about the number of visits from the patient's point of view, the lab, who will take the samples, who will send, because in clinical trials, everything has to go by the book, everything in a very, it is very well written. So you have to make sure you have a coordinator to answer and respond to the sponsor. You have the good communication with the CRO. You have good communication if the patients develop had troubles, or they need to come for questions, or if side effects happen, what you need to do, safety of the patients, all the investigation. So you zoom out, make sure that everything is doable within the system, and if you need any modifications, you intervene early before it's too late to happen. And you need support. It's a team. It's not only you. You are the problem solver. You are the pacemaker, if I would say, like the heart. The BI is the pacemaker of the process. You need to move a lot of teams and get a lot of resources within your institution to make this happen.
If I will add, I totally agree with my colleague. If I will add is to provide a protected time for the BI and the team, and also to have a well-structured, centralized way of regulatory approval, all of these. And we are very fortunate in KMark to have all of this support. These are some of the things that the BI needs.
Okay, thank you. I would like to ask you about, for example, what are the advice that you can give for early career investigators or young investigators? Dr. Ahmed, at the beginning, he gave us some, but maybe you can just remind us with the most important ones.
I would say, start with one project, okay? It has to be simple, don't take complex, and always ask for help. Your colleagues definitely will help you. Ask people who had success before. So you did a clinical trial, even in other specialty. What the problems did you face? How did you deal with it? Is it something worth? What I will gain from it? What is your goal? You have to define your goal. So you have to have something that you're doing this for. So you have to make sure about what is the gain for you.
I agree. I'll frame it a slightly different way. I think of being a successful PI as translated or give an analogy that it's like a skill. No one was born with it, but we all had to learn it.
It doesn't mean we were successful, but we're trying to be successful. It's in, the success is journey. It's not just.
Well, I say that it's like a skill that you have to develop over time, right? And to that effect, you have to practice it to become better at it, and then better at it, and then better at it. Maybe not perfect, maybe not good, but I would frame it as, I think if you remember when we first started, the first opening question was, we all kind of said it's intimidating but rewarding. And so to feel as an early investigator, to feel intimidated, to feel that, know that that's normal. And we all go through that. We all still have a little bit of it. So we frame it in that way that you have to practice it, and that's normal. And in that way, I think the advice that I formalize is that it's okay to fail, but fail early, fail safely, but fail often. And that you learn more from failure than you can from success. So that's the advice that I would offer to early stage investigators is to, but fail safely. And you mentioned having a good mentor, having a strong mentor that helps you not fail in a critical way, but fail early, catch your failures, learn from them, and progress and practice that skill.
So you can learn the hard way or the easy way. The hard way is like doing the mistakes and then you learn from them. The easy way is you learn from the mistakes of others, so you repeat the same success. So what do I need? And you have to be careful, especially at the beginning, because especially your first trial, because after this, people will start trust you. If you'll have a big problem if no one trusts you. So you have to gain the trust from your colleague, from the pharma, from the institution. They have to trust your name. So they have to be careful at the beginning, but then once you do it again and again, it will be like driving a car. But still, I'm not saying that I'm doing clinical trial like driving a car, but...
You're driving a car in Riyadh? Or?
It's challenging. It's very challenging in Riyadh, driving the car. Yeah, okay, very good. Do you want to add something, or we can just...
Yeah, I totally agree with my colleague. If I will have an advice, is to invest in yourself by improving your skill, taking some degrees, certificate, etc., and also to fight for the opportunity, look for the chance. Do not wait for it.
Okay. So I would like to conclude by asking you, if you are given the chance to change one thing in clinical trials, how clinical trials are conducted, one thing, what you would change?
I'll jump in and say, I'll reiterate a point that was made in an earlier session today, that I reacted negatively to negative trials, right? And was hesitant not to publish, but I ended up publishing more negative trials than positive trials. And if I could change one thing, I would change them to be positive. But I think that perception I could change. I would change that perception that negative trials are bad, because they're actually quite promising. And I think we had negative trials because we just didn't we didn't design the intervention correctly. And I'd like to change that about clinical trials. It's just the perception about negative trials.
Okay, perception of negative trials. One thing that you want to change?
It's difficult to generalize for this. So I don't have a general answer. That's something that advice can fit. But if I want to change one thing, is in every center there are different struggles. And you will never know this struggles or problem unless you start with one. So knowing this struggle and then you fix it, this is the one change in your institution. Like every institution, they have different kind of struggle. So that's what you can do at your level for the time being.
Okay.
There are many, but if I would choose, I would choose the culture of the patient, from being not to be recruited in the trial to be more motivated.
Okay.
It started to change, alhamdulillah, in our country, but this is one of the things that I would really love to change.
Agreed.
It's very important, yeah. This is
very good point.
I do agree. Yeah. Okay. Any question from the audience?
So we will all be PIs, huh? Walking out of this door.
Okay, so then with that, I would like to thank our panelists for a very fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Umran, and our esteemed panelists for this informative session. And now we would like to invite Dr. Nada Sahibani and Dr. Adil Mtairi to the stage to honor our moderator and panelists, starting with Prof. Ziad Umran. Dr. Noel Campbell. Dr. Ahmed Abu Laban. and Dr. Abdurrahman Al-Raiza. We will now continue with theme 4, moving into our next session, which focuses on building strong and resilient clinical trial teams. This session titled Investigator-Initiated versus Sponsored Trials. Building resilient clinical trial teams will explore the practical differences between investigator-initiated and sponsored trials, highlighting leadership approaches, operational challenges, and strategies for sustaining effective research teams. We are pleased to have this session presented by Dr. Dual Saleh, who is a physician scientist with more than 11 years of experience across academic and industry settings, specializing in clinical research, outcomes research, and clinical trials. Dr. Saleh currently works at KMAC and has designed and led multiple clinical trials and investigator-initiated studies, in addition to contributing to clinical research, training, and capacity building programs in the region. And please welcome Dr. Jonathan D. Biro, who is a professor of psychiatry at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai and the Associate Director of Mount Sinai Center for Stress, Resilience, and Personal Growth. So please join me in welcoming our esteemed speakers to the stage.
On?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're all having a great time listening to all the informative sessions. I'm sure you were. I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Jonathan, and we're going to tap into investigator-initiated clinical trials, the challenges, and maybe tap on important elements that constitutes the clinical trial operational cycle difficulties, and maybe tap into leadership as well. So I'm going to start, and I'm pretty sure we've also had that sense from the previous session. We know that there are like the investigator-initiated clinical trials, and then there are the sponsor clinical trials. What usually is we do have more sponsored clinical trials than investigator-initiated clinical trials. Sponsored clinical trials come with a protocol that's ready, operation that's almost ready, the whole files are all completed, and then the next phase is after, like beyond reviewing the protocol and all of that is actually having a PI to run that clinical trial, of course, after going over the protocol and making all the necessary changes. Now, versus if we're talking today, we're talking about the investigator-initiated clinical trials. Investigators usually have to create a protocol, so it's starting something from scratch. So we wanted to tab on the fact that when you have a clinical trial that's ready, handed to you, or almost ready, versus if you're an investigator wanting to be an active member in clinical trials, yet you have to develop your own protocol. We all know that investigators are like very busy clinicians. Maybe they did have some training in clinical research, maybe not. Maybe they have the luxury of time. Most of the time they don't. So maybe my first question, is it okay to be afraid and have somehow resistance of developing a protocol if you're a PI?
Yes, I would say I certainly in my first protocols felt afraid. My first grant submissions, I was probably shaking, hitting the submit button, and that's part of the process, and you learn from that fear and you navigate through it. And I think that's something that's really important for PIs to model for their research team, that it's okay to worry about the outcome. It's okay to be uncertain about whether a paper is going to get accepted or get a nasty review or a grant is going to get accepted. And as the prior panelist said, failure is part of the game. And I think that's something that needs to be said right out of the gate to everybody coming to the lab. We're going to have setbacks. We're doing some exciting stuff. We're discovering new things. We're making new devices. And something's not going to work. We're going to have bad days. And that's part of what I've navigated as a PI, and here's how I did it, and we're going to be in it together. You're not going to be alone out on an island, hung out to dry, so to speak, when there's a bad day. We're in it together. We're in this mission together.
So you mentioned something very important, but we talked about it earlier as well. And I'm pretty sure here among us in the audience, there are junior researchers, as that there are senior researchers. There are researchers that are just starting their way. And they always like to have a role model of looking up like a certain person who's like well achieved, maybe a trialist, because today we're talking about clinical trials. What they see is they see a person who's fully accomplished. All we hear about a successful story, success clinical trials, success clinical research. But there is the back side of it that we don't see, which is failures. Unsuccessful trials or trials or research with negative outcomes. And you told me a terminology, it was a shadow CV. Maybe you can talk about shadow CV and how that is important, maybe of like some sort of like research cultural reform in that term?
Yeah, so I actually encourage you all to just Google this. I saw it first on social media a few years ago. It's called Shadow CV, and it's a list of all of the grants and papers that were not accepted, things that you didn't get, setbacks that you had. And you categorize it because you'll probably notice that's a longer list than the list of accomplishments. And it also shows how much work goes into being a scientist. You know, in the United States, the NIH might fund 10% of grants or less. PI might be submitting 5 or 6 grants, if not more, in a given year. They spend 60, 70% of their time just writing grants. And maybe it's a little bit different here in terms of breakdown, but most of those grants aren't going to get funded, and that's going to hurt. And you need to know for yourself that as I said before, setbacks are part of this. And while you might look to our mentor on a website with a shiny list of CVs, what is not advertised is everything that went into that and all of the things they had to navigate for that to be the case. And I think it's imperative for us to convey the ups and downs and model that leadership to our teams. And I also mention in our work, we've done surveys of faculty at our university, and many faculty say they don't have a mentor. 40% or if not more of faculty said, I don't have somebody to look to be my role model in research. So when we talk about mentorship, it's important to recognize that there might not be an identified person, or that faculty member might not know how to find a mentor, or might not have time to connect to a mentor. So I think if we're thinking about successful research enterprises, we need to spend a lot of time in setting up junior faculty with appropriate mentors where they can get all of these things that I just mentioned and direct one-on-one time, ideally once a week, sitting down in an office or on a Zoom, thinking through what's going on, having a coffee and talking things over. Having that face time is incredibly important. And I'll just mention on the prior panel, I agree that it's great to have studies on autopilot. I'm a busy clinician, and I couldn't do research without research coordinators that were highly motivated. But one of the things that I really make a point of is no matter what I am doing in a given week, no matter how busy I am, I set aside a half hour to talk to my research team. We have it on the schedule every week, and if I can't do that time, I reschedule it. But just seeing my face and being able to ask me questions, share positive updates, share setbacks, bounce ideas off of me. My coordinator now is applying to graduate school, so we've practiced interviews. Having that accessibility has been very beneficial to her, and I like it too. It's rewarding for me to be able to impart knowledge and support in that way. So I think when we think about these mentorship relationships, you actually have to carve out time for it. You can't just assume it exists.
I might challenge you a little bit. So we all talk about having a mentor, and then we're talking about generational differences and like people who are like junior in the field, junior researchers versus senior researchers. One, what is your definition of a mentor? Like if we have junior faculty here and they're looking for a mentor, like throughout yesterday and today, I had students coming up to me saying, we're doing masters in this program, or I want your opinion. The first question that comes to mind, like, do you have a mentor? Because I see the need. I see that people are looking at other people's faces and they're looking for a mentor or someone who's sharing somehow similar story or like going through the same path that they want to pursue. So who is a mentor? Number two, is mentorship only for junior researchers? We're talking about PIs here who are well established in their, or clinicians who are well established in their clinical practice, but maybe they've never done clinical trials, but they want to be part of a clinical trial. I know, like, putting the training aside, meaning clinical trial training in terms of like maybe pursuing certificates or like training program or like having graduate degree or something, but we're talking about mentorship. Is it only limited for junior researcher, and what is a mentor?
Yeah, well, I'll answer your last question first. I guess technically I'm not junior faculty anymore, and I've been meeting with my mentor for years, and he's semi-retired now, and even I think when we stop meeting together, I'll have his voice in my head. What would he do? How would he solve this problem? How would he respond to these reviewers? And even if that person isn't there, I have those memories and that knowledge from them sort of in my brain. I might have had mentors that have passed away. I think peers can be mentors too at a senior level, or someone from a completely different field who's solving a novel problem that you can learn something from. And when you're talking about what is a mentor, I think we really have to break down into is people get mentorship for different things. Mentorship on how to write a grant application. Generally speaking, it has a certain format. If we're talking about NIH grants, it doesn't have to be in your area. It could be somebody in another lab who can just sit down and tell you, what is this form supposed to be? What do I put on this form? What do I put in this section? How do I make this argument? It doesn't need to be narrowed to the content area. It could be someone helping you directly on a project or fostering your growth in a subject, in a really specific subject area. And to my point earlier, you could have a mentor that is mostly about how to just navigate through the ups and downs of the process of becoming a researcher. And they may not be in your content area, but they just do this very well. They manage stress very well. They manage setbacks well. They're just an honest, straightforward person who's present and available. I think having that kind of mentor, even if it's not about your specific subject, can be really invaluable. And there's no perfect mentor. I think when we're talking about mentorship, over the years, we've probably had all sorts of different mentors, and you kind of piece it together in your mind of, I took this from this person and this from that person. And there's mentors that I've learned how not to be a researcher from, or how not to communicate from. And I just sort of just take that and put that to the side, and now I know what kind of a role model I want to be, even by having negative experiences. I try to do the opposite of what I've experienced.
Okay, you've tapped on stress. Maybe we're going to talk a little bit about stress. And fun fact, that's how we met. So Jonathan and I worked together at Mount Sinai. But the very first time we met, it was actually me attending a workshop. It was about stress, and I was very stressed. I was working on my research. It was one of the most difficult research I was working on. And I remember attending the workshop. First thing I needed to do, like we all say we're stressed, we're tired, I didn't sleep, this job is very difficult, maybe I'm not getting what I wanted, whether in terms of like self-satisfaction or actually at work. But sometimes you need to really look at the word stress. Like I was denying I was stressed. I was not eating, I was just concentrating on my work, I was not even seeing my family. And I remember that time, like I forced myself to go, because I'm pretty sure like most of us here are scientists, sometimes we know where it just becomes a habit, like, yeah, you're a scientist, you're stressed, you're a PI, you're stressed. I remember forcing myself that day to go to your workshop, and I remember taking a picture of like burnout, stress, analyzing myself, and then I'm like, oh my God, I'm here. This does not look good. And then I sent you a message right after saying, I'm here, I attended your workshop. So, and that helped me identifying what I'm going through back then, and like, because self-care is also important. We need PIs, we need scientists who are taking care of themselves, but also those who understand what they're going through, and not for it to just be a part of who they are. You're not defined by like your work or how you feel about your work. But also taking care of that is very important. So maybe talking about stress here a little bit, especially that, again, PIs are busy. They're stressed by job, let alone adding the clinical trials and them having to be PIs. How would you deal with that, or like recommendations?
Right, and I think the important point here, just to start, is that we all know not all stress is bad. There's a certain amount of stress that is motivating, that is pushing us to discover new things, pushing us to get that paper in or get that grant finalized. And then stress becomes, if it's too great for too long, becomes problematic. It can lead to procrastination, not sleeping, irritability, difficulties at home with family. And one of the things that's, I think, somewhat unique about our hospital and some of the services that we have around research is that there are a lot of resources and a lot of attention paid to supporting researchers and giving them tools to manage stress. So as Dr. Doa mentioned, a lot of what our center does, the Center for Stress, Resilience, and Personal Growth at Mount Sinai, is do workshops and courses for MD, PhD students, for master's students, for medical students, for faculty, for junior faculty, for folks who have gotten their first research grant. And we have time with them that's set aside as part of their training to talk about and normalize stress and distress and give them tools that they can use on their own and that they can model for their teams in managing that stress. And what we know from our studies is if we even look at depression and anxiety, 25 to 30% of researchers endorse clinically significant symptoms of depression and anxiety. And that's not really talked about that much. And we also, as a service, provide all sorts of other kinds of supports when that distress gets to be too much, but it's baked into how we operate as a research institution. And our dean happens to be a psychiatrist and a neuroscientist, and really has a lot of attention paid to that aspect, the people piece. And I think it was talked about in the last time, one of the things that I think we would agree PIs spend a lot of time on is people management. How do you run a lab? How do you take care of your people? How do you motivate your people? And there's no guidebook for that. When you turn on the lights at a new research lab and the paint's fresh and all the equipment arrives, there's not a book waiting for you that says, here's how you manage people and here's how you keep the team functioning at a relatively level, positive level, despite setbacks. And I think having courses in that, having specific training in that can be very useful in managing these issues when they arise.
Since you mentioned groups and teams, one of the major things in clinical trial operation is actually having or understanding what clinical trial or clinical research coordinators are doing. And it's part of the clinical, it's very crucial part of clinical trial. Their work is, if not everything, actually in clinical trials. How do we empower them, I think, is a question. And maybe in terms of career growth, because some of the coordinators are amazing coordinators, come from different medical and scientific backgrounds. Some of them are there for a very, very long run, and some of them are doing this as part of moving to the next step, what's next for them. And their work is very stressful. We tapped on stress, but how do we tab on the relationship between a PI and coordinator and the coordinators as a whole in a CTU or like a clinical research department?
Yeah, one of the things that I mentioned already is having set aside time to meet with your coordinators and to understand what their goals are, what they hope to get out of the position however long they're in it. Are they in for the long haul? Is this their job or vocation for 5 or 6 or 10 years? Or are they working for a period of time until they get into graduate school? And if so, what do they need to do that? Do they need a paper? Do they need a poster? Do they need an oral presentation? Because then as a PI, I'm looking out for opportunities for them to do those things. And rather than me give a talk, I'll have my coordinator do it, or I'll have my coordinator submit a talk and then get up on stage and do it. And it gives them the opportunity to grow. And we can be so focused on the end goal of the project. We need this number of subjects. We need to do the analysis at this point. I think it's really important to pause and think about who is on our team, why are they doing this, why is it important to them, and how can I help them as much as they're helping me?
Thank you so much. I think we talked about most of the stuff, but maybe I'm gonna circle back to PI initiated or like principal investigator initiated clinical trials. How many, like just raise of hand, how many junior PIs or like PIs that have worked on research but not on clinical trials and want to work on clinical trials in the room? If you can just raise your hand. Okay, we have quite some people here. Maybe we can talk about training. So I've heard this a lot too. Like one of the things that, because they're junior researchers, because they've never worked on clinical trials, there is a crucial part which is training or education in clinical trials. And I think it's very important. Again, we can circle back to mentorship and training. If we can find the missing link between having or like developing local programs, so maybe this can be a solution. I hear a lot of residents and fellows wanting to be PIs in the future or want to participate in clinical trials, yet they're asking about like study design or like some scientific element of clinical trial. We have different people from different spectrum across the clinical trial operation, like early maybe study design to like clinical trial operation side of it. So maybe if we can, I'm just throwing this out there. Maybe if we can, if having a mentor is good, but also having a mentor who you can think with into designing a program that not only helps the person on a personal level, but also having something sustainable in the institution, like ongoing training program, similar to we talked about psychological program, like stress and therapy and all of that, but also having a sustainable training program in clinical trials is actually sometimes, or most of the time, is the missing key. Especially like most of us know, like clinical trials, they weren't that common. And it was like just clinical research, observational studies, which yes, we all do in like medical school or like different degrees. We do study scientific writing, scientific methodology, but more so on observational studies, but not on clinical trials. And clinical trials is scary because they're interventional studies. They're on humans, so there's this part of it. You're trying something new. You're not just dealing with data. You're dealing with human. There's the interaction with human. There's the being extra cautious, and then there's the new whole like specialty of clinical trials. So maybe how do you feel about having a sustainable training program in terms of like embedded into like their personal growth?
So this is a really good question, and I'll just give the example from my institution. So there are center grants that NIH makes available for research infrastructure and fellowships and other kinds of training programs, and Mount Sinai has a very substantial one, and the way we've used this is really interesting. So medical students in our university get the opportunity to get a master's degree in clinical research during their medical training, and it doesn't actually add that much time to their medical training because they do summer courses and they work with a PI, and through this grant that master's degree is actually paid for. So they get those who want to do research seriously, clinical trials, they don't want to do the MD PhD, but they want to get that good expertise, they can get a master's, and then they have these tools to pull from, and they might go on to other training. And Dr. Doa, you did the PhD in clinical research at Mount Sinai, so there is training that's available, and some schools actually have very specialized programs just in the operation of clinical research, research design, statistics, and biostatistics. And our medical school also has offices that continually put out updates to good clinical practice guidelines. NIH updated a document, we get an email, use this document now. Or you want to watch a video about how to do a certain methodological task, there's a video or a resource available. Or there's people sitting in an office that you can call and consult with. That expertise is there at an organizational level. And I think it's really important to build institutional knowledge that is widely accessible and accessible to people across the career spectrum. Like if you're a medical student, maybe you don't need to know all the details about how to do a clinical trial, but you need to have a general understanding and layering the complexity on top of that.
Thank you very much. I think training sums up or have the base of the conversation. Do you have anything to add, or else we can open up the floor
maybe
for
we'll
discussion?
take some questions.
Yeah, or like any insight if anyone has any.
No?
Yes, there is.
You could just shout it, maybe? Yeah.
And I'll start again. You mentioned earlier the mismatch between the number of junior faculty who need mentors.
Yeah.
And maybe you could respond a little bit more, expand a little bit more on that. And how do you? Is there demand? We think they need them. Do they think they need them? And then how do you match? And how do you don't want to force it because you can't force mentorship, right? I don't believe you can force mentorship. But what are your thoughts on how do you close that gap to support their success? And then how do you match?
Yeah, so we know that they want it because we actually ask them directly. So we do faculty surveys every year or 2 years, and we've published quite a bit about predictors of turnover, people leaving academia, and the reasons why, the stressors on academics. Hopefully, we have a paper coming out in an occupational medicine journal in a day or two about research stress. And those folks who said they didn't have one, they most often said that I want one, and the biggest issue is I don't know where to find one, or I'm too busy. And there are online platforms that our institution has developed to try to mentor pair in common areas or overlap in methodology. The mentor might be outside the institution. But I think empowering faculty to reach out to people in their network, reach out through professional organizations to say, hey, I'm interested in studying this. Can anyone talk to me for a few minutes about this particular expertise? Or having opportunities to socialize within a department or across departments. I think one of the major issues that we didn't talk about this conference so much is that research can be so siloed, right? You're in your office doing your particular research project, and you may very rarely see your colleagues doing their own research projects, and you certainly don't ever run into the people down the hall from another department doing very interesting things with methodology you might find useful. That's called silos. People stay in their silos, and there are walls, physical walls and metaphorical walls between those silos, and the grants like we have at Sinai help to break down those walls by creating opportunities for people across departments to get together and connect. And again, your mentor might not be in your department, might be doing something exciting down the hall, but you might not know because their door's closed all the time. Did that answer your question? I get a good thumbs up. Anyone else? Did anyone get, I'm just going to throw it out there, has anyone gotten any...
I have a question.
Yes.
Hello?
Hello, yes, you.
Yeah, thank you for the discussion, very interesting. So, Jonathan, if you have to travel back in time and choose for your first clinical trial, would you choose sponsored or initiate your own clinical trial, and why?
That's a very good question. It sounds maybe a little selfish. I think I'd want to do my own trial. I kind of don't like people dictating what I ought to be doing, and I like discovering new things and being curious and making mistakes and being flexible, and also stopping if it doesn't seem fruitful. And if you're tied up in a trial with an organization, you might feel an obligation to see it all the way through to the end if it's already seeming bleak. And I think, and I've done clinical trials on my own, and that degree of flexibility has really helped me because I'm also, personally, I'm a busy clinician. I see a lot of patients. I actually take care of a lot of doctors. And doing my own thing, initiating my own projects gives me the flexibility to not be beholden to other people's timelines.
I have a question. Thank you very much for this outstanding discussion. Actually, I did both investigator-initiated clinical trial and sponsored clinical trial. And retrospectively, I found that investigator-initiated clinical trial are more prone to mistakes, more prone to gaps. However, it is less costly. So in your opinion, how we can improve the investigator-initiated clinical trial and make it like the sponsor clinical trial?
Well, one of the things that was brought up is that when you do a sponsored trial, you're handed a stack of paperwork already. You're handed protocols already. But chances are someone in your institution or certainly somebody in your country has done something similar to what you were doing before. And having these professional networks allows you to learn from them, but also to ask for their documentation. Like, what did your protocol look like? What were the missteps or things that you ran into that were challenging? You're not on an island. And I think this has been very helpful for me. Actually, I did this right before I came here. I run a clinical service where there's a lot of psychotherapy and behavioral health services, and we have a protocol to look at our outcomes. And I have a colleague at our university who has her own clinic doing the same thing, and she wants to do research, and I sent her all of our IRB ethics documentation, and she's going to use very much close to what we did, so it saves a tremendous amount of work, and I've already addressed all the concerns the ethics board had for me, so she's going to be saved having those questions asked of her. So again, lean on your network, because chances are someone's had those missteps before, and they would be willing to share. No one's going to say no. I think people are afraid of being a bother or a nag or somebody saying no or being rude. I've never had that experience. People are always willing to support each other. They want to save you time as well. Okay. Anybody else?
I think we're
out of time?
We're right on time, yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. We can take some questions later on after the session. But yeah, thank you very much, Jonathan.
And thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to our speakers for this invaluable session. And now we would like to invite Dr. Nada Sahibani and Prof. Majid Al-Fadl to the stage to honor our moderators and speakers. Starting with Dr. Dua Saleh. Dr. Jonathan DiPiro. And now, our final session for this theme is titled Impact of IAOCR Certification on Clinical Trials Management Operations, KMAC JCSA Case Study. This session will provide valuable insights into how accreditation and certification frameworks enhance clinical trial management, operational efficiency, and overall research quality through a real-world case study experience. This session will be presented by Ms. Jacqueline Johnson North, the CEO of the International Accrediting Organization for Clinical Research. She has over 20 years of international experience in senior leadership and advisory roles within the biopharmaceutical sector. She brings a strong track record in governance, strategy, and organizational growth within clinical research, technology, sponsorship. And now, for the next speaker, Dr. Nada Sahibani, the Chairman of Clinical Trials at King Abdullah International Medical Research Center and an Associate Professor at King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences and an Oncology Clinical Pharmacist at King Abdullah Specialized Children's Hospital. So please join me in welcoming our speakers to the stage.
Is the slide deck coming up? My name is Jacqueline Johnson-North. I'm the Chief Exec and founder of the International Accrediting Organisation for Clinical Research. And I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you very much for a truly inspirational and exciting couple of days. And I think there's some real huge opportunities for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and clinical trials. And there's such an opportunity to look at best practice globally, but also learn from mistakes that are happening globally as well, and to fast track some of the opportunities. And it's a real honour to be co-presenting with Dr. Nada today as well about the certification journey of KMARC, which is Saudi Arabia's first certified clinical research site. So, to give you a bit of background to IAOCR, or the International Accrediting Organisation for Clinical Research, we founded in 2011, so we've been going for about 15 years now. And we started off by accrediting individuals, so qualifying clinical research professionals in a number of different roles. And through that, we ended up working with regulators, parliamentarians, and clinical research organisations around the globe to create quality standards. And out of that was born GCSA, which is the Global Quality Standard for Clinical Research Sites. So this is just a quick overview of the range of accreditations and certifications that we provide. At the top there is the Global Quality Standard for Clinical Research Sites, which is our most recent certification, was released in 2023. And it's now being used across various different sites of different sizes, so both commercial and public health sites across North America, Latin America, Australia, New Zealand, Europe, and across the Middle East as well. And we've got here today KMARC, which is Saudi Arabia's first certified clinical research site, but also one of our clinical research site representatives from the NHS as well, who've achieved the certification. I'm not going to go into full details on all these certifications and accreditations, but just wanted to highlight that the top one is really certifying clinical research sites, and then underneath that, the purple one is for other organisations in the clinical research supply chain, and then where we have bronze, silver and gold, that's for organisations that are looking at workforce quality processes. And then at the bottom there are the international accreditations that we award to individuals. And the way that all of these certifications and accreditations are developed are by bringing together representatives from global clinical research organisations, so sites, sponsors, CROs, not-for-profit organisations, commercial organisations, etc., decide the standards. And then with the individual accreditations, we map those back to the International Standard Classification of Education Framework, which is developed by UNESCO. So it enables us to award internationally recognised qualifications for clinical research professionals. Now, I've heard quite a lot today about the importance of training, and training is really, really important, and process improvement is really, really important, but what we do is evidence whether that training is being applied in the workplace. So we don't generally deliver training ourselves, but we partner with training organisations, and then we award the accreditations based on people evidencing that they've applied that training within the clinical research setting. And similarly, with the certifications that are awarded at an organisational level, we're looking at where is the evidence that you are running your clinical research site or site network in a way that's fit for purpose. And I'll explain a little bit more about that now. So GCSA was developed with a global advisory board, and these are the organisations that were involved. So you can see there's a mix of CRO, sponsor organisations, trade bodies, not-for-profit organisations, and the NHS in the UK. Now, how this came about was the Department of Health in the UK were looking at how could they make the UK a centre of excellence for clinical research. And I met with Theresa May when she was the British Prime Minister, and we talked about the UK being a great ecosystem for clinical research. So we have a very diverse patient population, we're very well connected in terms of the road net, we've got the NHS, etc. And we were looking at how do we make this a really good place for commercial trials because it attracts money into our public health system. And Then we formed this global advisory board, and what the commercial sponsors then said was, actually, we don't want something that's only applicable to the NHS in the UK, because clinical trials is very much an international industry. So we need something that's globally recognisable and can be applied to any type of site anywhere in the world. And so that is how GCSA came about and what their remit was. So this was the initial founding global advisory board, which grew. And over a course of about 4 years of working with them, we interviewed and surveyed probably over 100 different organisations globally to try and understand what were the issues around commercial clinical research sponsors placing their trials with sites, and what were the issues that they had around that. And what they told us was they're generally very happy with the clinical side of things and the regulatory side of things, because most people heading up sites and trials do a great job in that regard. But a lot of people running clinical research sites and site networks don't have business skills. So what they asked us to look at were the business operating procedures around clinical research sites, so that it complements what the regulators and the auditors do, rather than having an overlap with them. So you can see here on the left, these are the 7 modules that we look at as part of the site certification process. And at the bottom there is the out of scope. So I'm just going to cover what's out of scope first of all. So you can see that we don't look at any verification of IT systems. We're not looking at any sort of regulatory or compliance areas, and we're agnostic to any therapeutic areas as well. But what we are looking at are the business operating procedures around your workforce processes, site business strategy, governance, and those are the foundation modules. And then we look at the top ones, which are what we call the participant and sponsor journey modules. So we're looking at patient engagement, feasibility, study startup initiation, study management, operation and close. And this is the pathway that all sites go through. So the quickest site that's ever done this was a site in the US, and they were very, very motivated, and they did it from start to finish in 30 days, and everything was absolutely perfect. I think Kmart did it pretty quickly as well. You were very, very on the ball with it. And then we have another site, which is probably our longest site at the moment, that started in June last year. They're based in Latin America, and when we went in, we found that they didn't really have hardly any processes and procedures in there at all. So they're still on the journey. And I think what's different between what we do and other certification standards is that we don't come in and just audit and say pass, fail. What we do is work with you to make sure that you achieve the standard. So we'll come in and do a gap analysis, and then if you're not ready for the certification, we'll create an action plan with you to enable you to achieve it. In the interest of time, I'm not going to cover this slide at the moment. Okay, and then the other thing to mention is that original Global Advisory Board grew. So as more sites joined the certification process, we offered them a place on the Global Advisory Board, but because of all the different regions we're now operating in, it became very difficult to get people onto calls all at the same time. So at the end of last year, we then evolved from a Global Advisory Board into a Clinical Research Global Best Practices Board with 4 regional chapters, with them being Asia Pacific, Middle East and Africa, Americas and Europe. And Dr. Nada is the president of the board for the Middle East and Africa region, and Heather from the NHS is one of our UK board members.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Right now, I will share the other side of the story as a clinical site of Kmark. So in June last year, 2025, we actually got the first clinical site in the region, in MENA region, who got that GCSA certification. And this is the photo with my team after we got the news, and it was published on our website. So why we went with GCSA certification? Because we wanted to demonstrate commitment to global quality and ethics in clinical trials. We wanted to have an external validation as an independent external validation of our processes and capabilities, and increase the confidence of sponsors, partners, and patients. And also, we want to position KMARC as a trusted global clinical research partner. The process itself was really collaborative, supportive. During the process, it was really actually fun. My team and myself, we had a lot of fun working on this with Jacqueline and their teams. It was not like an audit compliance or like a cop following you. It actually was like they really care and want to improve your quality. So I just want to highlight, which already Jacqueline covered, that they did a gap analysis over 7 key areas: feasibility, study startup, and so on. And they reviewed our operational SOPs and workflow. We tailored action plans to implement different improvements. And after that, we got the certification, and also there is a post-certification support. So as I mentioned, our experience as KMARC, it was really a collective institutional effort. It wasn't only our department as a clinical trial department. It was a collective work with other departments such as Research Quality Management Office, Research Bioethics, Collaborative and Partnerships, and also with the hospital, with the nursing team. So it was an active collaboration across different departments, because clinical trials is an operation system and you don't work alone, you work with different departments and you need an internal collaboration. So to have a strong external outcome, you really need to build a strong internal collaboration between other departments. And this was one of our key success to achieve the certification. And working with the IOCR team was really professional, was really transparent, and it was a transparent engagement. It was an open dialogue. It didn't feel at all as an inspection. They provided clear guidance, and the journey was really constructive and collaborative, and for me it was really fun. And I'm sure for my team too. I see them laughing over there. So what we learned, different perspective, it showed our system actually was really robust and was really strong based on their recommendation, and we achieved the certification really quickly. Additionally, it gave us different perspective. One of them is the business model. We never build a business model, but with my team, we built our 5-year business model to enhance our operational system. And also, it helped us to build a quality team. And right now, we have a quality committee led by Dr. Khalid Sleiman to improve our KPI and the clinical trial operation and targets. So it had different strategic impact on KMARC. One of them is now KMARC, as Jacqueline mentioned, is an active leader in the MENA chapter in IRC Clinical Research Global Practice Board. And based on that, we participate in different activity. One of the things that we're working on it is a flagship regional initiative, which is the MENA Site Readiness Toolkit. The purpose of the toolkit is to regionally harmonize different framework to have and assess the strengthen clinical trial readiness across different clinical sites. And what makes this tool really unique, it accounts for the volume, the operational complexity. Is the site ready to go over 100 clinical trials at the same time or less than that? And also differentiate between the readiness expectation across clinical trial phases. Is the site ready for phase 2? Is the site ready for phase 1? And so on. So the next step is that we want to maintain our certification and expand our participation with different global and commercial trials, and use KMARC experience to support other sites within the region.
Okay, so one of the things I was explaining before is when we do the gap analysis, we aren't like an audit or regulatory inspection. So we'll find gaps and we'll say what needs doing to correct those gaps. But what we also do is say, where does this organisation really outperform what we see as an average across clinical research sites? And what makes them unique and different? And these are just some of the highlights that I picked up from the work with KMark and the report we provided them with. So under the leadership of Dr. Nader, what we've seen is that KMark has a really clear organisational structure, very clearly defined professional, regulatory and ethical expectations. And I'm sure most people would agree that that should happen everywhere. Unfortunately, that's not always what we see. KMark has a very clearly communicated vision to become the leading international institute for bioethical and clinical research, which is understood by the whole of the clinical research team. And when we speak to the team, everyone can articulate that that's the vision, and they also know what are they doing as individuals to support that vision so that everybody's working in the same direction. Because Dr. Nader alone couldn't achieve that without her whole team working together and pulling in that direction towards that vision. Also, what we've seen, which has done particularly well at KMark, is that client feedback is gathered and acted upon, and that there are well-embedded processes for quality assurance and continuous improvement. Quite often what we see with clinical research sites is that they have variable ability or processes in place in terms of collecting client feedback, but they're not necessarily very good at acting on it and embedding it and saying, okay, we've got this feedback from our participants or from our sponsors. Now, how can we improve what we're doing on a continuous basis? Because actually, being really good and having high quality isn't just a checklist that sits there. It's about always revisiting and re-examining. And that was something that I noticed Dr. Cannon spoke about earlier as well, is there's that lessons learned process at the end of the trial. What can you learn? What can you always be doing better? And also around trust and empowerment, being part of the organisational culture and staff health and well-being. And it was really clear that the team at KMark feel really well taken care of and that it's a great organisation to work in. And when we're talking about talent and attracting new talent and retaining new talent and training new talent, what you don't want is to be attracting new talent, training them, and then they leave and head off somewhere else before you've got any benefit from them whatsoever, because it's an awful place to work. What you need is a really fantastic, inspiring organisation that's committed to quality and where you feel safe to actually give your opinion and give your feedback, and you feel part of something that's really important. The last thing I'd like to say, which is right at the top of the slide there, is that this is a voluntary certification. So nobody came along to Dr. Nader and KMark and said, you have to do this, and then they said, oh, okay, we'll do it because we have to. What we find is the organisations we work with are those that are really genuinely passionate about quality. So they're not saying, I'm doing quality because I have to do it. They're doing quality because they want to do it, and they're proactively looking for best practice standards in all areas of what they do. And I know yesterday, when the conference was opened, about the number of certifications and accreditations you've achieved this year, and clearly, or last year probably, and clearly that's not by accident. It's because you want to be the best that you can in the field that you're operating in. So well done. And it really is a genuine pleasure to work with you and your team and to be here, so thank you so much. So the final slide is their certificate, which was awarded last June. And what we wanted to do was to invite the KMark team up to the stage to recognise them for this achievement and for being such a fantastic clinical research team, all working together to achieve this.
Okay, KMark team, if you can join us on the stage, we're gonna take a group photo with Ms. Jacqueline. Not only the clinical trial teams, because as I mentioned before, it's a collective work with other departments in KMark. So whoever is intersecting with KMark, such as Research Quality Office, Bioethics, Collaboration Team, Research Office, please join us. Hey, just join us. All regions, not only KMark and Central Hub, but all regions. It was central approval.
Thank you, Ms. Jacqueline and Dr. Nada, for sharing this amazing success story and showing us the beauty of collaboration. And thank you, Ms. Jacqueline, for your collaboration. And now it's our pleasure to turn it back by honoring and recognizing your valuable contributions. Dear guests, we will take a break for 5 minutes, then we will start our closing ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected leaders, honored speakers, and valued attendees. As we come to the conclusion of this distinguished event, we pause to reflect on what has been achieved together. Throughout this gathering, we have witnessed meaningful discussions, shared expertise, and true collaborations. Before we begin, please welcome to the stage Prof. Majid Al-Fadl, Deputy Executive Director of KMARC, to the stage for the closing ceremony speech.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أما بعد, as we are reaching the end of this third international conference on a clinical trial, it is our pleasure and honor to conduct such a conference. And the thing which I like, the term voice of hope. So I should stand before you as a voice of hope. This 2 days conference was full of exchanging knowledge, experience, innovation, discovery, groundbreaking discussion, and all of us enjoy this momentum. And through that journey, we see also how the clinical trial transformed the patient, and we hear many of patient stories. The clinical trial is not a design of a study or it is best level of evidence. It is a hope of millions. Through the clinical trials, we found the new treatment that was not available for this patient. And if you have a child with a disease, or if you have a disease that does not have a treatment, this will really let you feel how the patient feel when a doctor tells him that you don't have a treatment for your disease. So with this, momentum, we all of us support a clinical trial, empower a clinical trial, and we have accountability to make the clinical trial part of our practice as a physician, as an investigator, and as a researcher. At the end of this conference, I would like to thank the organizing committee and the scientific committee led by Dr. Nada Sahibani and Dr. Adil Mteri, clinical trial team. And also I want to highlight something here. First, about the principal investigators. We should be as leaders, as administrative, as an executive, support the principal investigator in order to help them to conduct more clinical trial. Second is the research coordinators. Research coordinator is the heart of the clinical trial. Without research coordinators, we cannot run a clinical trial. So we are obliged to train more research coordinators in our department, in our center, in our institution, and in our country with high quality research. And finally, also the CRO. The CRO, they are a mirror for us. So making a strong CROs in the region make us also leaders of clinical trials over the globe. Thank you for your attendance. This full of auditorium at the end of this conference indicate how much the eagerness and importance of clinical trials, and thank you again.
Thank you, Professor. Now, we would also like to acknowledge our valued partners who, despite being unable to join in person today, remain an important part of this collaboration.
Heartfelt greetings from Germany as you prepare for the clinical trial conference. conference in Riyadh. The growing collaboration between Biosaxony, Goldrec, and Kmark reflects our shared commitment to excellence in clinical research and international cooperation. I wish you a highly successful conference and look forward to deepening our partnership with the clear ambition to launching our first clinical trial together in near future. Wishing you productive discussions and a great conference.
Hello everyone, I am Susan Mo, the CEO of Crack Sequence Therapeutics from Shanghai, China. We are very honored to collaborate with Kmark in Saudi Arabia for an upcoming clinical trial treating sickle cell disease and beta thalassemia using transformer-based editing technology. We hope to help patients and their family in MENA area through this one-time treatment to achieve lifetime cure. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Saif Izzi, Associate Professor of Neurology at Harvard Medical School and the Head of Immunology of CNS Injury Program at the Romney Center for Neurological Diseases. I'm delighted to endorse the third International Conference on Clinical Trials held by Kmark in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It will be a fantastic opportunity to meet, collaborate, and discuss translational research to clinical trials. We look forward to our upcoming collaboration on clinical trials with Kmark. I hope you could all make it.
Hello, I'm David Kerr, Professor of Cancer Medicine at University of Oxford, and I'm delighted to be able to endorse the third International Clinical Trials meeting being held by Kmark in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. A fantastic trials grouping there, and we hope to bring our own trials in combination immunotherapy to work with our colleagues there in colorectal cancer, possibly pancreatic and hepatocellular cancer. Shukran.
The success of this event reflects the dedication of many teams working collectively with a shared purpose and commitment to excellence. Every successful scientific event begins with a clear vision. With this in mind, we begin by recognizing the scientific committee, whose collective efforts shaped the intellectual and scientific foundation of this program. Please welcome Dr. Nada Al-Sahibani, Dr. Abdurrahman Al-Shaya, Dr. Dua Abu Al-Ula, Dr. Dua Al-Saleh, Dr. Ziad Umran, Dr. Rafif Al-Yami, Dr. Nawf Al-Thbeiti. Through your collaboration, scholarly expertise, and dedication, you ensured that this event reflected academic rigor, integrity, and meaningful learning opportunities for all participants. With a strong scientific framework established, the focus shifted toward transforming vision into reality through planning and coordination. Responsibilities carried forward by the organizing committee. Please welcome Dr. Adil Al-Mtairi, Dr. Bandar Al-Ghanim, Dr. Balqis Al-Hamad, Dr. Bashir Abu Yasin, Dr. Yahya Al-Muallim, Dr. Yazid Al-Haydan, Dr. Shawq Al-Zaagi. Your teamwork, organization, and continuous effort ensured structured preparation and smooth execution across every stage of the event. As planning advanced and sessions took shape, maintaining scientific depth and consistency required focused academic oversight, a role fulfilled by the Executive Scientific Subcommittee. Please welcome Dr. Dima Al-Aliyan, Dr. Khalid Al-Sulaiman, Dr. Shazia Murtaza, Dr. Hala Al-Anizi, Dr. Khalid Al-Amir, Abdul Rahman Al-Sleh. Your attention to details and academic review, strengthening the scientific integrity and cohesion of the program. While academic excellence remained central, seamless implementation dependent on detailed coordination behind the scenes, made possible by the Executive Organizing Subcommittee. مس العنود الغريبي، شوق الحزام، فاطمة الحارثي، هنا الجابري، هلا العجمي، نرمين الغنام. Your organization, teamwork and commitment ensured that logistical operations ran effectively and smoothly throughout the event. As internal efforts aligned, effective external engagement became essential, a responsibility carried by the public relations team. Please welcome Abdul Hakim Al-Draywish, Sulaiman Al-Ataibi, نوف القحطاني, سعود العتيبي, منصور الملافخ, ناصر أبو نيان. Through your communication and outreach, you strengthen engagement and build valuable connections with participants and partners. Beyond communication, documenting the journey and amplifying its impact required creativity and precision, responsibilities embraced by the media team. Please welcome Abdul Rahman Al-Eid, Bandar Al-Rashidi, Misfir Al-Dosari, Yusuf Mihsin Al-Ataibi, Khalid Al-Mطيري, Sara Al-Anizi, Adib Shabana, Umar Al-Shatri, مشعل القريني، فيصل إبراهيم الدوسري، محمد آل دويس وحاتم عمر. Complementing the scientific program, engaging interactive spaces were thoughtfully developed by the exhibition team. Please welcome Dr. Fahad Al-Jam'an, Muhammad Al-Idris, وليد الحسيني، لينا الصايغ، رغد الهيدان، أسيل الدوسري، روث مارسيكال، فلوى بن حميد، أريج الخريف، نوف الصقري، مي آني، العنود الصبحي، عبد الكريم عبد الرحمن. As the heart of the event was its educational substance, carefully developed and refined by the content team. Please welcome آية جوهري, دكتور خالد الحاقان, دكتور تهاني الصيعري, دكتور عبد الله العولة, فاطمة الهنيدي, شذا الزهراني, أروى الحسيني, هلا العنزي, قصي الحمدان, موذي طويلة. Guiding us throughout the program were our Master of Ceremonies, whose presence ensured continuity and engagement. Please welcome Dr. Yara السعيد, Dr. شادن الحربي, فهد القحطاني. Behind every smooth transition and successful session was a strong on-ground coordination delivered by the event management team, led by Abdurrahman Al-Sleh. VIB team, led by Abdelmajid Al-Shamrani, Dr. Sultan Al-Jardan, Yazid Al-Qarni, Muhammad Khaja, Saad Al-Hamdan, رغد العنزي, شوعب النفيسة, وتين المالكي, فهد العنزي. The main hall team led by حصة البهلال, دكتور عبد الرحمن العسيمي, عبد الله الخريف, ناصر الحميد, رزان العليان, لجين سعيد مانع, فيصل الزريقي, يزيد بن ثنيان, وليان الحازمي. Registration and guidance team led by يارا العتيبي, غنى العمر, رنا علي الحربي, عبد الرحمن القرني, عبد الله العنزي, بيتاج المطيري, غلا الحربي, غلا العتيبي. Scientific Content Team, الهنوف الحقباني, رؤية الشكرة, رهف الخليفة, منير الجلاجل, عبد الله الأسمري. Workshop and Exhibition Team led by حمد العنزي, بسام القحطاني, رياض الشهري, عبد العزيز فهد العنزي، شذا الحارثي، ريم معاذ العلي. Your tireless efforts ensured seamless operations, hospitality, and support across all venues. With the contributions of every committee and team coming together in harmony, this event stands as a reflection of true collaboration and shared purpose. Before we conclude, it is an honor to invite the chairman of the scientific committees, whose vision and collaborative leadership were central to this journey, to deliver the closing remarks. Please join me to welcome Dr. Nada Sahibani.
What a day. As much as I'm happy for the ending of this conference, it saddened me too to close the conference. Thank you everyone for being part of this conference. Thank you for our international speakers. Thank you for our national speakers who came out of Riyadh. Thank you all of you for staying till now. It's Thursday night, and you're still here. It was really a great event, and I'm really, really happy that I heard a lot of great words and great comments in the conference. And it wouldn't be possible without great leadership, without collaborative effort, without group and teamwork. So thank you, all of you. Now let's take a group photo of all of us on the stage. Please join me on the stage, all of us. Everyone. And let's call it a day. Thank you.
Virtual DJ.